Chapter 373. I have checked for them as well. They're not here, Matilda added. They all stared at Gustav with a look of anticipation, waiting for his decision. However, to their surprise, Gustav turned around to continue leaving. They'll show up eventually, he voiced out as he kept walking forward. Wait, what? He voiced out with a look of surprise. Gustav ignored their stares behind and kept walking forward. Hold up, you jerk, Glade shouted out from behind and walked towards Gustav. How could you just walk away? We have to go and find them, Glade said with a disgruntled voice. Gustav paused his steps and turned around. It's called training for a reason. There are things you can't help them with, or you'll just be stunting their growth. They have to do this on their own, just like we did, Gustav said before turning back around and leaving. Glade stared daggers at his figure that was turning distant and distant. Selfish jerk, she turned around and started walking forward. I'm going to look for them. Yo, Gus, voiced out as he stretched out his hand with a conflicted expression. He moved a step forward and then turned back to stare at Glade, who was walking in the opposite direction. He was at a loss on who to follow, but after a brief contemplation and seeing Matilda follow Glade, he decided to join in too. The four of them started heading back in the direction of the path that led to the river area. Now, where do you three think you're going? Officer Sasha voiced out as she noticed them. Underscore, 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 underscore. Gustav arrived on the path that led to the residential areas and observed the structures in the vicinity. Currently, he was on his way to a particular spot he marked on the map earlier. In the vicinity, different structures for different purposes like bloodline testing, grading, enhancement, training centers, mechanical weaponry could be seen as Gustav moved forward. Cadets moved across the place also. It was quite crowded, and Gustav could tell when he passed by a senior cadet due to the difference in bearing and how they carried themselves. Whenever a senior cadet passed by his side, they would always glance at him with respect due to the scar on his left chest area. They obviously knew about how rankings worked, so they mistook Gustav for an officer even though he was dressed in a white cadet uniform like them. What they didn't take into consideration was the fact that Gustav was weaker than they were currently. Allever took first place from what I heard after getting back to the starting point, Gustav Crimson, and a special class named East were in second place, and all the other special classes were right behind them. The special class cadets arrived earlier than everyone else. They're all monsters. It might be true that Gustav isn't actually the strongest from what I've seen. What are you talking about? We haven't even seen her perform any feat with her bloodline abilities yet. Some group of first-year cadets that Gustav just passed by were talking and arguing about today's morning routine. Even though their bloodlines had been unsealed, everyone was still tired and was heading towards their residence to rest in the meantime. It was currently around 9 in the morning, so they had 3 hours of break before the General Assembly at noon. This Allevra girl. Their conversation drifted into Gustav's hearing. He wasn't bothered that some people felt he wasn't the strongest or whatever. He didn't even care about their arguments, but he was intrigued about Allevra because she seemed quite special, even among the special class. The few times he saw her, he could tell. Eldris and Chad also gave him the same vibe, especially Eldris, who has never opened his eyes since they met. Gustav wondered if Eldris was blind. However, if Eldris was blind, how does he move around the surroundings so easily? If he could see, why were his eyes closed every time? And how does he move around with closed eyes? These were the thoughts on not only Gustav's mind, but many other cadets. Only a few had witnessed Eldris open his eyes, and even they couldn't describe what they witnessed properly. Gustav threw all this to the back of his mind for now, and kept journeying towards the spot on the map that read, Science Block. This part of the training camp was where those who were enlisted into the MBO for scientific potential were being trained. These ones were youngsters with scientific feats that were being trained to join the MBO experimental department in the future, so they could make serums, drugs, and other products, mostly scientific researches and breakthroughs that can better the performance of the MBO in the future. This department also gets sent on battle missions to assist the operatives sometimes. In a few more minutes, Gustav arrived at the science block. He walked to the front of one of their labs that was 3 stories tall and shaped to look like a test tube. He stood on the side and sat in front to wait. Gustav recalled that he needed to get his 3 gadgets from the weapons vault later on also, so he decided to go after he was done here. He sat down and waited for about 15 minutes before the cadets started streaming out of the building. A few seconds later, he sighted a beautiful and slim-looking girl with an oval-shaped face and deep red hair. The moment he stood up, this girl sighted him as well. "Gustav!" She screeched and ran towards him. Gustav noticed her approach and smiled as he moved towards her also. "Grab!" She locked Gustav in a tight embrace the moment she arrived in front of him. Gustav normally wouldn't like to be grabbed like this, but this time he let it happen. "Mara, I'm surprised you still remember me, even though I only showed up once," Gustav said as they separated from each other. "How is that even possible? You're everywhere, on the news on big screens in the city. Besides that, you're my grandfather's favorite, and our very own hero," Mara voiced out with a jovial smile. "So you're not mad?" Gustav asked. "No, why would I be? On the contrary, I'm thankful. Thank you for clearing my grandfather's name. He called me to explain everything. You're awesome," she added with a smile. Gustav only smiled back. He didn't know how to reply to such heartwarming gratitude and pure compliments. "Come, let's go somewhere," Mara said and pulled Gustav along with her as they walked into the distance. About an hour and a half later, Gustav returned back to his apartment and sat in his personal meditation room to channel his bloodline. Luckily for him, today's system's daily tasks were attuned with the morning routine, so he managed to finish 2 of the tasks by completing the morning routine. The third one was what he was currently doing. He had spent an hour and a half with Boss Danzo's granddaughter, and it was quite an interesting experience. The MBO cadets that were enlisted for scientific purposes had already been brought here 2 weeks back, so she had been here since that time. Gustav realized that she was actually quite the genius. In just the short time spent here, she had started her dream scientific projects due to having enough materials and funding from the MBO. She took Gustav to the workshop she acquired from a competition with one of the geniuses here and showed him the things she had been working on. Gustav was pleasantly surprised and saw even more reason to watch over her. At first, he was only doing it for Boss Danzo, but now he had realized her potential as a science genius. So he was convinced it wasn't a wasted effort. Gustav continued focusing on channeling his bloodline for the next 1 hour. Although the speed of increasing the density of the bloodline had decreased, bloodline channeling was now smoother for him. He only needed to channel his original bloodline for the rest to be affected. Just when it was 30 minutes to noon, Gustav stopped. He remembered that Recreation had upgraded, and he wished to put the new upgraded edition to use. However, Gustav suddenly thought of something. "Hey, system, is there a limit to how many bloodlines I can be paired with?" he asked inwardly. "Why are you asking such a dumb question? Of course there's a limit. There's a limit to everything, much less your weak mortal body." The system responded while dishing out insults. "What? Why didn't you ever tell me about it?" Gustav asked, with his forehead creased in disappointment. "You would have figured out eventually if you tried stealing 5 more bloodlines." It responded with a condescending tone and kept quiet afterward. 5 more bloodlines. That means I can only plunder 38 bloodlines in total currently, Gustav sighed. His aim at first had been to become the number 1 bloodline robber in the world. And now he was finding out that he had a limit to how many bloodlines he could plunder. "Dumbo, you can plunder as many bloodlines as you please, but you can't pair more than that particular amount with yourself," the system stated. What? Chapter 374. Dumbo. You can plunder as many bloodlines as you please, but you can't pair more than that particular amount with yourself. The system stated. What? Gustav exclaimed with a slightly uncertain look. Are you saying I can steal infinite bloodlines, but can only pair around 38 bloodlines with myself? Precisely that. The system responded. I see. But then what will be the point of plundering bloodlines that I can't make use of? Gustav wondered out loud. What are you asking me for? You have options. To combine, or to give them to someone else. The system voiced out internally. With the new level up of recreation, I can combine 3 bloodlines at the same time. But what do you mean by giving them to someone else? Gustav voiced out. Sigh. You haven't been paying attention to bloodline acquisition, have you? The system stated. Gustav realized that this was accurate, since he leveled up bloodline acquisition to the point where he could steal grade bloodlines. He stopped paying attention to it. He now recalled that it was at level 5, and from his knowledge about video games, if a skill had reached its highest potential, it would have the word max in front. Since the system interface was based on Earth's old video games, he figured bloodline acquisition was still in the process of leveling up. Gustav quickly opened the system interface and went straight to check out bloodline acquisition. Abilities, bloodline acquisition. Level 5, ability to force out the bloodline of a mixed blood and pair with host if the right requirements are met. Ability to pass bloodline to another person if the right requirements are met. After focusing on it for a few seconds, Gustav realized that the information under it had been modified. Ability to pass bloodline to another person? Gustav was pleasantly surprised as he read this. This is really something, Gustav said internally with a contemplative expression. Different thoughts came into his mind as he imagined what he could create using this new ability. After a few seconds of contemplation, he decided to ask, will there be compatibility issues? Of course, due to DNA and difference in internal structures of Earthlings, there are definitely bloodlines that aren't suitable for a person. So just like you always have compatibility issues when pairing a bloodline with yourself, if the bloodline doesn't suit the internal system of the person you wish to pass it to, there will be problems, the system clarified. I thought as much. I'll need to try this out soon, Gustav said as he stood to his feet. He checked the time and noticed that it was already around 20 minutes to noon. He tapped his left wrist area, and the dimensional bracelet he got the day before it turned visible. Another problem is deciding on the 2 checkpoints to make use of, Gustav said internally as he stared at the blue bars on the bracelet. These 5 bars indicated that it was currently full of energy. Gustav walked out of his apartment after checking and started moving towards the MBO weapons vault with his pass to get the 3 gadgets he was entitled to as a special class cadet. Gustav also remembered that, according to the guidelines, the special class cadets were also entitled to bloodline strengthening, which happened to be a lab session that enhanced bloodline. This didn't increase the grade of their bloodline like the system could, but it added a plus to every bloodline. This was something every cadet was looking forward to, but at the moment, they had to wait for a month before they could undergo the experiment. By month end, if any of the special class cadets were defeated by normal cadets, they would also give up the chance to undergo bloodline strengthening, which would then be passed on to the new special class who won the battle. Later, when it was close to noon, Gustav left the weapons vault. He only picked 1 gadget due to not having enough time to look around properly. This wasn't like in the base where they were on a time limit, so he could always come back later to check properly. Gustav moved towards the main hall like many other first-year cadets. Everyone swarmed into the large hall that was arranged like a stadium on the inside. Although the first-year cadets numbered around 2,000, they hardly filled the hall after everyone arrived. A few minutes later, a lady in the same kind of uniform as Gradier's Anatus walked to the podium in the middle and began to speak. I am Commander Cilia, she voiced out. I'm sure great Commander Cheyenne has mentioned a lot of things yesterday. I'll just fill in the blanks on some of your confusions, she added. You are going to be trained for 4 years before achieving an officer rank, but for some special ones, you might be good enough to achieve it before then. 4 years in the MBO camp doesn't mean you will never see the outside world during that time frame. Every year, you're given a test to calculate your improvement, and all of these tests are done in real-world scenarios. In other words, you'll undergo real-life missions, and based on performances, some might be good enough to achieve a rank like a certain person here, she explained lengthily. When she got to the last statement, those around Gustav turned their faces to stare at him for a few moments. Commander Cilia kept on mentioning a few more things, the dos and don'ts of the place, and elaborating on a few more things that they had heard of before. This was also where they found out that there were no second years. Those who were currently senior cadets had been training here for 2 years already and still had 2 years ahead of them. And this was due to the fact that the MBO only recruited once every 2 years. The recruits of the last 2 years were way more than that of the current year, but according to the MBO, the potential of the latter outstripped the former. While Gustav listened, he wondered just where in the world they were at the moment. The MBO camp was very massive, and from Commander Cilia's speech, the only way out of the MBO camp was through the mission hall, which was the same hall they arrived within on their first day here. According to her, the hall was off limits to all cadets. There would be consequences if they were found loitering about the environment. It was impossible to leave the place without going through those mirrors, according to her. And all this was to increase the protection of the place, because since that was the only place out, that was also the only place in. Her speech continued for the next 30 minutes before she finally dismissed the gathering. All combat cadets, like Gustav, had around 9 training sessions in total that were like classes they had to attend. Every day they had 3 to 4 of these sessions due to the timetable. Still, for this week, all morning training sessions had been canceled besides the morning routine. Gustav moved back to his place to continue bloodline channeling because his next training session was going to begin by 2 in the afternoon, and this training session was combat-based. Gustav wasn't the least bit worried or bothered about this session because Miss Amy had practically taught him everything related to combat. However, he couldn't miss it because he didn't want to get too conceited and slack off. He also couldn't miss it because missing training sessions were unacceptable. In another room, with a few posters with beautiful models and singers and a flower-petaled mattress and pillow, 3 girls could be seen sitting and discussing. The one in the middle had 2 small pointy horns on her forehead with silver and pink-colored hair. The one sitting on her left was a beautiful girl with green skin and a long brownish tail, while the one on the right had white flowing hair with a slender-looking pretty figure. "Are you okay now?" Glade voiced out. "I'm good. My bloodline is functioning properly again, so there are no issues," Angie muttered with a wry smile as she cooped herself up and leaned her back against her bed rest. It was obvious that she was forcing herself to smile. "Look, Angie, I'm sure he didn't mean any harm by saying that. He's just being realistic," Matilda comforted Angie. "Which side are you on? Tilda? Why are you defending that jerk after seeing the way he acted?" Glade said with a tone of annoyance. "There are no sides here. I just don't want you to misunderstand him." Matilda responded. "Huh? From the moment he asked Angie to kill, I already considered him a bitch," Glade said as she raised her finger and did a thumbs down. "What? He asked her to kill?" Matilda voiced out with a surprised expression. That little SCU. Glade was about to say when Angie interrupted. "Stop it!" She shouted out with a strong tone and proceeded to stand up. "I need to go now. I want to train by myself. Second chapter will be out in a few hours." Chapter 375. "Stop it!" She shouted out with a strong tone and proceeded to stand up. "I need to go now. I want to train by myself," Angie voiced out as she moved forward. "Huh?" Both girls exclaimed from the position of the bed, with a surprised expression. "Wait, warehouse." Glade was about to voice out when Angie interrupted. "I want to go alone." Please, none of you should follow me, she said while exiting through the door. Glade and Matilda stared at each other, at a loss on what to do. Angie reached outside the door and recalled this morning routine where she fell from the mountain and had to make her way back up again. She managed to make it through the second time and eventually passed the river, but she passed out on the path that led to the starting point. Fortunately for her, Falco found her and did what he could to help her regain consciousness. When she came to Glade, Falco, EE, and Matilda had brought her back to the starting point. At that time, she looked around for a particular face, but couldn't find him among them. She was happy they came for her, but not seeing Gustav among them left a sour feeling in her heart. Angie placed her hand on her chest as her body swayed, and she leaned against the wall in the hallway. I can do this. I must become better, faster, stronger, and less merciful, she muttered underneath her breath, and continued moving forward afterwards. Glade and Matilda came out of her room a moment later and followed after her. Gustav later attended the combat training session along with the other cadets. The cadets were divided into a group of 5 and trained by the 5 MBO officers in charge of combat training. They were all required to learn moves without the activation of their bloodlines at first. They were being taught the basics of hand-to-hand combat and how not to be too excessive with the movement of their body. Angie focused on combat training properly because she knew she lacked in this aspect. One of the officers took notice of her because of her flexible movement and asked her to wait after the combat training session was done. You have to learn how to properly make use of your legs because during hand-to-hand combat, your legs are one of your most powerful weapons that can decide the fate of the battle. Your speed, movement change, and many other things are based on your legs, one of the officers said. See this, he said while pulling another officer towards him. Schwai, schwai, schwai. The 2 of them immediately started going at it. The officer who was talking earlier moved his legs around in a funny way like he was dancing. To everyone's surprise, he dodged every single attack of the other officer effectively. When it was time to squat, he did it perfectly and even started pulling the officer around as they fought. Timing is also an important factor. You have to predict the moves of your opponent, he said while swerving to the left and throwing out his hand to catch the fist that was initially headed for his face. He grabbed the wrist of the other officer and spun around to use his body to hit him while pulling him forward. Swayaya. The officer spun several times in the air before landing at the front. That's it for demonstrations, he said before starting to pair the cadets against one another. Pa, 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 pa. Gustav exchanged fists with another special class. Although they were grouped separately and scattered into different sets with both normal cadets and special classes, Gustav was still grouped with another special class, coincidentally. Everyone grouped together was trying to make use of the information they had just taken in to battle their opponent, so it was proving difficult to defeat the other person. Their bloodlines were not activated, but the spars were still fierce. Gustav was against a female cadet with braided brown hair. However, even though the girl was quite skilled, Gustav didn't take very long to defeat her. He could see through every one of her attacks and dodge them with ease even when their bloodlines were not activated. Gustav's right palm rubbed across her outstretched arm and pushed her arm down before sending forward his left palm towards her stomach. Bam! His palm fiercely pushed her back after making contact. Blurg! After getting hit violently, the girl spat out a mouthful of saliva as she knelt on the floor and held her stomach. One of the officers moved towards her to help. Gustav was paired with another special class cadet for a few more moments and ended the spar in about 2 minutes again. In the next 20 minutes, Gustav had ended up beating up about 4 special class cadets and 8 normal cadets without taking a single hit. The special class cadets that had witnessed his spar had to admit that his combat prowess was truly nothing to scoff at. The only person that was comparable to him so far was Elevra. Elevra was also cut above other special class in terms of combat prowess. Elevra noticed Gustav a few meters from her position and started walking towards him. However, before she reached his position, the main officer in charge of the combat session, "That's enough for today. You all have showed good potential. We will continue tomorrow." As the next day, the cadets had to go through the vigorous morning routine, and just like the day before, many fell to traps and even passed out due to fatigue. Gustav made sure to complete his daily tasks after the morning routine and also channel his bloodline. Since the camp had a training facility where all kinds of equipment and scientific feats were possible, Gustav visited this place to complete his daily routine and have personal training. Today they had a training session that had to do with the usage of their bloodline abilities to create the most destructive attacks. In the afternoon, they met at Training Facility 05, a large field constructed underground. Chapter 376. The tech installed here was capable of creating structures, so outlook of things in the environment could change based on command. The officer in charge of this training session was a man with a bare head and a humanoid-looking body structure. This training session is only for the purpose of you creating the most destructive attacks using your bloodlines. I will have you all break your attack power limits before the end of this year, or I will break your heads myself, he voiced out with a loud voice. He started calling out cadets to line up in front of a round black ball that was created out of thin air. Truinen, 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 Truinen. These black balls all had the same looks, but they were arranged in front of the cadets, lined up in the middle. More black balls appeared after the ones in front, and the cadets found themselves standing in front of about 12 of these balls. Each of these balls have different levels of toughness. They are arranged in an ascending order, from the weakest to the toughest. Now, do your best to destroy them each one at a time with your strongest attack ability, he explained. The cadets standing in front did as they were told, and started by attacking the first ball with their strongest attack. Fire, electricity, bluish energy beams, and other different kinds of attacks were sent flying forward. Even though the first ball was very tough, all the cadets in front were able to obliterate it with their most powerful attack. Then they moved to the next, and then the next, just as the officer had said. Each was truly tougher than the previous, and as they reached the fourth, they were unable to destroy it at once using their most powerful attacks. According to the officer, they were meant to attack a ball just once. The officer stopped them at this point and came forward. Truinen, the balls disappeared as he stepped forward. Now, your task for the next 6 months would be to create a very powerful attack that would destroy the 12th ball in one go. Right now, a good number of you cannot get beyond the 4th ball, he voiced out. Excuse me, Officer Cole. You can't just come to that conclusion without testing every one of us first, Elevra voiced out from the crowd with a confident expression. Officer Cole turned to stare at her as he exclaimed. The atmosphere turned tense for a few seconds as they stared at each other, but Elevra wasn't backing down and kept staring back at him. A smile appeared on his face a moment later before he responded. All right then, everyone shall be tested. However, you get to do twice the work if you fail to go beyond the 4th ball, he said while pointing at her. She shrugged without responding verbally. Officer Cole decided to pick 100 cadets at a time to try. He lined them up, and the balls once again appeared in front of each cadet. Elevra was among the 100 cadets with the black balls floating in midair opposite her. 7 of the solid black balls were arranged in front of one another a few feet from her standing point. Officer Cole gave the go-ahead for them to attack. Different kinds of attacks were being sent forward again, and those mixed bloods with close combat attacks moved forward to attack the first ball with their mightiest attacks. Among everyone, Elevra was the only person who hadn't attacked yet. Gustav stared at her from his location within the crowd of cadets, waiting their turn. He had a suspicious look on his face as he felt powerful energy oozing from her standing point. Elevra closed her eyes and untied the purple head tie covering her forehead. This was the first time anyone saw her take it off, and they were astonished by what they saw. Instead of a smooth forehead or a scarred forehead like they had imagined, a long line could be seen with eyelashes. In the next moment, the line opened up, and a massive circular pitch black eye could be seen in place of her forehead. The atmosphere instantly turned weird as an oppressive aura filled the place, and a black energy started surrounding her. Officer Cole was quite surprised as he sensed the oppressive energy. Boom. A pillar of pitch black energy shot out of the demonic-looking eyeball, obliterating everything in its path. The first, second, and third balls were destroyed in an instant. The beam kept pushing through and destroyed the next ball, and then the next one after that one also. In a matter of 10 seconds, all 7 balls had been completely obliterated. The beam thinned out and stopped shooting out as the eye closed up. Alevra wrapped her forehead with the head tie again and moved away from her standing position amidst the shocked stares of every other cadet. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing and had even stopped theirs after witnessing that. Looks like I have to reevaluate due to special classes such as yourself, Officer Cole voiced out with a look of astonishment. He urged everyone to continue, and others also came to display their prowess, but none could compare to Alevra destroying all 7 balls with just one attack. Gustav also went when it was his turn. He attacked the balls, one after the other, making use of punches. He was unable to destroy the 7th ball with one attack. Unlike the other 6, even if he managed to destroy it using his most powerful attack, it still wouldn't be like that of Alevra because he had to attack them one after the other. Some other special class cadets also did theirs, and everyone managed to destroy at least 5 balls. Eldris, EE, and Chad were able to destroy all 7 balls using their most powerful attacks. This was when Gustav realized just how powerful EES vortexes were, but whenever he made use of the attack he used, it also affected him, which was why he didn't like making use of it. Chapter 377. This was when Gustav realized just how powerful EES vortexes were, but whenever he made use of this particular attack, it also affected him, which was why he didn't like making use of it. His most powerful vortex attack was to create a vortex within something after analyzing its structure. Opening a vortex within every single ball caused the integrity and toughness of the balls to crumble. He only needed to throw a small fist attack to destroy them, including the 7th ball. But he started vomiting afterwards and passed out. Eldris and Chad, on the other hand, were quite the monsters among the special class candidates, just like Alevra. No one really understood what happened with Eldris. All they saw was the fading away of the color of the environment around him as he moved closer to the balls. The color of the balls turned from black to gray, and a single punch from him shattered them one after the other. The other special class also showcased their strength, but none besides the 4 of them were able to destroy all 7 balls. The cadets started doubting Gustav's strength because he partially transformed while attacking the 7th ball, but it wasn't obliterated in one hit. Gustav was unbothered by whatever opinions they had of him. He was testing his current level of strength, making use of these balls, so he still didn't go all out, but he was satisfied with the amount of force his mid-tier attacks carried. The training session later ended with Officer Cole stating that the special class cadets' task for increasing the power of their most powerful attack will be increased in difficulty. The normal cadets still had 12 balls they had to destroy in the next 6 months. However, the special class cadets had theirs increased to 18. They had this training session about 3 times a week, so they wouldn't be coming here the next day. However, Officer Cole mentioned that they were allowed to visit this facility anytime. They were willing to train their bloodline attacks on their own. Just like that, 5 days went by, and more than a week had passed since they arrived here at training camp. The cadets were slowly starting to get used to the heinous morning routine. The cadets that used to pass out due to the fatigue on the way were now managing to make it to the starting point, although late. They found out that Officer Bryant's seal didn't actually cause any bloodline to decline after 3 hours. He had only been messing with them, so they would put in their all. Even though they had only been having afternoon training sessions due to the morning routine, the cadets could feel their improvements. At this point, the most powerful first years had become extremely popular across camp than they used to. This was because the ranking board of Year 1 had been revealed. There was a place within the MBO camp that was called the ranking ground. This ranking ground had 4 rectangular screens with 100 names displayed on each of them. These were the names of the top 200 strongest cadets in years 1 and 2. Those on the ranking board had gained more popularity among their peers, and everyone was sucking up to them. Gustav happened to be among the top 5, but the number 1 was none other than Alevra. Their training sessions were always being monitored, so the ranking board was based on the stats it had gathered so far from all the training sessions. Number 2 was Eldris, and number 3 was Chad. It was very oppressive and overwhelming to a lot of other cadets after seeing that the top 2 spots were being claimed by 2 cadets from Plankton City. Another thing was Gustav was also from Plankton City, so that meant 3 cadets from the same city dominated the top 5 spots. So far, Gustav still continued to snub and ignore many people who tried being his friend with the intent of riding on his coattails. He had met a few senior class cadets during this time who stayed in their building, but only a few, because some of them were on test missions given by the MBO. Factions were already being formed in the MBO camp, and at that moment, Gustav was one of the few special classes who didn't let others fawn over him and create a faction in his name. Alevra also avoided people mostly. She was also a lone wolf, and although many cadets had tried to befriend her, she rejected them all. She had also drawn the attention of upper-class cadets. Although everyone was focusing on increasing strength and becoming a ranked MBO personnel, there were still some that hadn't left their perverted sides behind. Bullying wasn't tolerated within the MBO camp. Still, there were loopholes due to the training halls where cadets can spar with one another. On this day, Gustav happened to stumble across an upperclassman beating up a first-year cadet in the name of sparring. This upperclassman was refused by Alevra after he asked her to become his girlfriend. He arrived here to lash out and started insulting Alevra, saying all kinds of vulgar words. The first years who already idolized her were incensed, and one of them asked him to take back his words. And he replied saying, "Only if you can defeat me in a spar." Gustav shook his head in pity as he witnessed the beating. Everyone had gathered around, but in the name of sparring, they couldn't call this bullying. From Gustav's point of view, it was obvious that the senior was only trying to provoke them, so he could get someone to lash out his frustration on. Gustav decided to turn around and move over to the section he wanted to train in when he noticed Alevra coming over from the other end. They both shared eye contact for a few moments before she passed by his side and arrived at the sparring position. Chapter 378. Hiya! The cadet shouted as he swung out a flaming circle towards the senior, who dodged it with ease and dashed forward before throwing a fist at the first-year cadet's guts. This wasn't the first, second, or third time he was receiving a hit. Blood was already oozing down his mouth as he fell to his knees, but he quickly pushed himself upwards again. Just when he was about to dash out again, Alevra parted her way through the crowd and held his shoulder. "That's enough. Stand down," she said with a solemn tone while staring at the senior. At first, the cadet tried pulling himself from her grip, but when he heard her voice, his eyes widened, and he turned around to stare at her with a surprised expression. He realized that her grip was actually so powerful that he couldn't even move an inch forward. "You should be ashamed of not only sparring with a junior cadet, but also going this far," she voiced out while walking to his front. "I am disgusted to have such a person as a senior. If you can't even treat your juniors the right way, how are you supposed to protect others?" Alevra reprimanded mercilessly, causing the others in the surroundings to voice out their agreement. The senior cadet looked around with an expression of humiliation. You think you're a big shot because of your special class title. You're still just a lousy junior who would lose against me, he voiced out with a tone of annoyance. I do not pride myself in destroying others' reputation, so if you do not want what transpired between this lousy junior and yourself to be revealed to the hearing of everyone, I advise you to back down now, she said with a respectful but strong and dominant tone. The senior gritted his teeth as he looked at the crowd surrounding the place. Everyone had looks of curiosity. He slowly backed down and turned around to leave. I'll let you off the hook this time, he voiced out. Everyone in the vicinity started hailing her afterward. The cadet that was beaten nearly half to death moved forward to give his appreciation. Gustav, who was watching from up ahead, decided to finally leave. Hold on, Gustav Crimson, she suddenly voiced out from the encirclement of the crowd. Gustav paused his footsteps and turned around slightly to stare at her. A path was created for her to walk through, and she arrived in front of Gustav in a few seconds. Both of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Gustav stared at her with a look of slight confusion mixed with nonchalance while she stared at him with mixed expressions. Learn to help when you see others being treated unfairly, she stated. Huh? He voiced out with a slightly confused look. What are you talking about? Gustav questioned. You ignored your fellow cadet being unfairly beaten, she voiced out with a justice-filled tone. Oh, is that what this is about? Gustav said before turning around. I tend to ignore stupidity. Since he knew he couldn't win, why agree to a spar? There was nothing wrong with him getting beaten up since he agreed to it, Gustav stated before he resumed walking away. Alevra had a slightly opened mouth as she heard that and walked forward. She arrived before Gustav and placed her hand on his shoulder. Your way of thinking is flawed. Just because you know you will be defeated doesn't mean you shouldn't fight against something you're not satisfied with or don't agree with. Gustav paused for an instant as those words sank into his mind. He recalled trying to jump from the cliff several times to end his life because of his fate that he was unable to fight against no matter how hard he tried. What's the point of fighting a hopeless battle? That's just stupid because it will only bring about more despair, Gustav said as he pulled himself from her grip and started moving forward once again. Alevra could sense the profoundness within his words. She had always sensed that there was more to Gustav than the eyes could see, and this statement made her feel even more suspicious. What if someone you cherished was involved? Wouldn't you still fight even if you knew you'd lose? She voiced out. Gustav paused his footsteps again as he heard that. The images of a few people popped up in his mind. I don't cherish stupid people. Only stupid people make stupid challenges, Gustav responded and continued walking till he was out of sight. Chatter, 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 chatter. Dash, why is he so cold? Dash, are y'all surprised? That's Gustav Crimson for you. You have no idea how many criminals he killed during the final phase. He's so cold-blooded. Dash, I think he even got a little softer letting some of those cadets follow him around. Dash, I always get the chills whenever he stares. Dash, he doesn't even give a damn about commanders in the MBO. So why would he care about the number 1 ranked even though he's number 5? The voices of the cadets in the background could be heard. Why does he sound so broken? Alevra wondered inwardly as she kept staring in the direction Gustav disappeared into. Gustav arrived in the section he wanted to train in a few seconds later and entered a private room to train. Alevra's words kept popping up in his mind, even though he tried discarding them from his thoughts. I should find time to check on how she's doing, he muttered underneath his breath, as the surroundings in front of him transformed into a clear, sparse forest area. He grabbed onto one of the cubes placed on the ground, and they transformed into a glowing spear. Green birds could be seen flying in the distant skies. Gustav held the spear in a throwing format as he arched his right arm back and activated God Eyes. God Eyes has been activated. His sight zoomed in on the birds flying together, and he noticed the lemon-colored one in their midst. Swai-a-wai. He threw the spear upwards with force. Puchi. It traveled through the air with immense speed and stabbed through the bird, causing it to crumble to dust. 10 points. A scoreboard appeared on the left as the installed AI voiced out. 3 more groups of flying birds appeared on the southwest, west, and east sides of the sky. Gustav quickly picked up more of the cubes, causing them to transform into spears before throwing them upwards with speed. Chapter 379. 3 more groups of flying birds appeared on the southwest, west, and east sides of the sky. Gustav quickly picked up more of the cubes, causing them to transform into spears before throwing them upwards with speed. Puchi, puk, puchi. The spears flew upwards with speed and stabbed into the bird with a different color in the midst of the flying birds, one after the other. The score on the projected scoreboard began to increase in number as the spears stabbed into the birds. The group of birds appearing in the sky one after the other began to move at a faster speed as time passed, and the bird with a different color in their midst became harder to spot. However, Gustav was able to easily pinpoint them using God eyes. The next issue would be your throwing speed and accuracy. If a person was fast enough with good arm strength and accuracy, they'd still be able to hit the birds regardless of the speed of the group. And with each targeted bird shot down, speed increased, making the difficulty of the game harder. It was like a game, and a person's data and scores were recorded to check out their improvement and make comparisons every time they came to try it out. In the camp right now, this particular training was regarded as a game, and cadets used it to compete against one another. The person said to have the highest recorded score was a cadet whose bloodline gave him super arms. His score had reached as high as 3,000 on the first try, when other cadets were unable to go beyond 800 to 1,000 before he lost and had to start again. Of course, this cadet being hailed as the best in this game/training had bragged about his score, unlike special class cadets who didn't mention anything whenever they came here to train. Due to this, no one really knew if his highest score right now was more than theirs or not. Gustav kept picking up the cubes with immense speed and throwing them up after they had transformed into spears. In the next 30 minutes, he was moving like a blur, and the group of birds in the sky that appeared after the last set were now a staggering amount of 230. Dash has been activated. Gustav grabbed onto 7 cubes at a time in his right and left palms before throwing them up. Trunnen. 14 bluish, glowing spears appeared in midair surrounding his entire figure due to his increase in speed. Everything has slowed down in motion, including the birds in the sky and the spears surrounding him. Gustav zoomed in with God eyes on different spots above and noted the locations of several birds with different colors from the group. Bam, bam, bam. His palms slammed into the butt of 3 spears in front, sending them flying upwards. He didn't waste a moment extra before spinning around and throwing his leg towards the butt of several spears, sending them into different directions in the sky. Bam, 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 bam. In a matter of 2 seconds, all 14 spears were hit and traveled through the air before piercing through the birds he noted earlier. Gustav had grabbed more cubes and threw more spears upwards. He turned his head towards the back with speed as he noticed the last group and the bird with a different color within their midst. Even though Gustav had been very fast, these birds were already fading away, which meant he would fail to get the unique colored bird in their midst if they faded away completely. Bam! Gustav slammed his foot on the ground, causing one of the cubes to bounce upwards. Sprint has been activated. The instant the cube started floating in the air, he activated Sprint, grabbed onto it with intense speed before throwing it upwards with force. The cubes were still in the process of transformation when they flew out of his grip. It completely transformed into a spear like the rest while flying across the air and stabbed through the differently colored bird before the group faded. Trunnen. The group of birds in the air all disappeared an instant later. Beep. 12,800 points. Stage 1 complete, the AI voiced out. Gustav had a confounded look on his face as he heard that and turned to stare at the scoreboard. Initializing stage 2. Initialization complete. Does player wish to continue to stage 2? Advised to achieve the Gilbert rank before resuming. The AI voiced out in successions. Oh, so there were different stages. Gustav voiced out with a look of realization. What he didn't know was the senior cadets also did this type of personal training, and they set higher stages since they were already beyond stage 1. No first cadet had gotten to this point yet, which was why Gustav hadn't heard about it yet. One would be reluctant after seeing that it was advised to be at the Gilbert rank. Still, Gustav totally overlooked that and proceeded to give the go-ahead to start stage 2. Bam, bam, bam. In a small space with dark floors and a human-shaped board protruding out of the ground, a kid with black curly hair repeatedly sent out attacks towards the board. Heavy kicks to the throat, chest, and gut area. His legs were already red due to hitting over and over again, but he continued. He leaped upwards and spun around before slamming another heavy kick on the head of the humanoid-looking board, causing it to vibrate repeatedly. His eyes looked fierce as he repeatedly attacked the board, over and over and over again. A man in an orange-colored uniform stood a few meters away from the boy and observed him with a conflicted look. "That's enough already," he voiced out. "I'm not done," Endrick voiced out with an intense look as he kept attacking. A person's image came to his head as he repeatedly struck the boar. "Hiya," he voiced out and threw another kick. Bang! His leg pierced through the chest of the formerly sturdy humanoid-looking board. This kid. Sometimes his original strength leaks out of the seal placed on him. The officer noticed as he started moving forward. I said to, before he could voice out completely, an opening appeared on the east side of the wall. TSSSHHHHH. A man in a blue-colored business suit walked in. Endrick and the officer turned to the side to stare at who had just walked in. "Ha, Sir Young, what brings you here?" The officer voiced out with a respectful tone. "There will be no chapters for the next 2 to 3 days. Privileged chapters will also be unavailable for purchase due to reset. I'm resetting it to make the tiers more affordable, and also adding in more chapters. So only the chapters that I have stockpiled will be released to fill in the new privilege tiers. However, they will be unavailable for purchase because I'm not going to be writing any more chapters for 2 to 3 days, as I mentioned earlier. Thank you all for understanding." Chapter 380. "Ha, Sir Young, what brings you here?" The officer voiced out with a respectful tone. "Give me some time alone with the kid," young Joe said with an authoritative tone. My apologies, Sir Young, but I can't do that. Endrick is under strict supervision and is not to share a conversation with anyone during his isolation punishment, except for the officers that were assigned to him," the officer explained lengthily. "I'm going to need to ask you to leave now," the officer added. Young Joe ignored his rants and kept walking forward till he arrived in front of the officer. Young Joe was at least a head taller than the officer. He stared down at him and lowered his head before whispering some words into his left ear. The officer's eyes widened slightly after hearing the words young Joe whispered into his ears. His mouth opened slightly as he spoke. You have 5 minutes with him, sire. Please make it quick." Although he was trying to hide it, his voice was slightly shaky. He started moving forward and left through the door-like opening on the west of the enclosed space. Endrick, who had witnessed what had just gone down, stared at young Joe with a slightly suspicious look. "What did you say to him?" Endrick questioned while narrowing his eyes in a slit. "Who are you?" Young Joe ignored these questions and moved forward till he arrived before Endrick. "Those questions are unimportant. Who I am doesn't matter," he said with a smile. "I have a question for you. How badly do you wish to defeat your big brother?" Young Joe added with a sketchy smirk planted on his face. Endrick's forehead creased as he stared at young Joe. "How is that any business of yours?" Young Joe was a little startled by Endrick's response, but he wasted no time in giving a reply. I wish to help you. I am a friend who wishes to see you win in every situation. I want to support you, young Joe stated while stretching out his right hand. Endrick stared at his outstretched hand, then looked back up to stare at him before turning around to ignore his hand. I don't need your help. I can defeat Gustav on my own, Endrick stated with a prideful look with a hint of annoyance. He's just a... Endrick's hands trembled as he squeezed his fingers into a fist. Are you sure about that? Young Joe cut him off from behind. Sure about what? Endrick asked. You're supposed to only spend 2 months in isolation, but that's only based on if they see improvement in your behavior. What if they don't, and keep you here longer than 2 months? Young Joe stated. Endrick's eyes widened as he heard that. If this happens, how will you ever get the chance to defeat your brother? Remember, your fate lies in their hands, and you're powerless to make the decisions you wish to make, young Joe said as he moved forward. Also, your brother now has a personnel rank in the MBO and will be undertaking missions soon. So if you don't get to the MBO base soon, you might never be able to challenge him. Are you sure you won't risk this by waiting around? I really thought your goal was to defeat your brother and show the world that you're better. I guess I was wrong. Young Joe stopped speaking after saying this and turned around to leave. Wait, are you saying you can do something to change that? Endrick turned around to ask. Young Joe paused his footsteps and turned around. I can make you leave here in exactly 2 months' time, regardless of your behavior and conduct. If you wish, I can also shorten your isolation sentence by a month, young Joe proposed. You can do that, Endrick said with a surprised tone, as he realized this man was not as simple as he thought. Yes, I can. Afterwards, we can make plans together on how you can effectively deal with your brother. If you agree to my conditions, you will receive my help. This is going to be a mutual gain, kind of collaboration. We will both benefit from this, young Joe explained. And how exactly will you benefit from this? Endrick asked. You just have to work with me and undergo any mission I give you for the next 2 years after you complete your training in the MBO. If you agree to this, I will also help you climb through the ranks of the MBO faster and become superior to your peers, young Joe stated. 2 years? What AR? Before Endrick could complete his sentence, the officer that left earlier came back in through the opening towards the west area. Time's up, Sir Young. Please, you have to leave now, the officer voiced out as he walked towards them. All right, young Joe replied as he turned around. We'll talk some other time, Endrick. Think about it and give me an answer when next we meet, young Joe voiced out as he left through the opening. Endrick stood in place for several moments with a look of contemplation. What did you two discuss about? The officer asked with a look of curiosity. None of your business, old man, Endrick voiced out disrespectfully before moving towards the side to sit. He was already worn out from today's training, so he wanted to rest for a while and also think about young Jo's proposal. He had been here for about 2 weeks now, so if he decided to agree with young Jo's proposal, he could get out of here in the next 2 weeks and join the others at camp. 2 years, and I have to complete any mission he gives me, Endrick wondered inwardly. After my 4 years training, when that time comes, I will be powerful enough to cancel out our deal if I want to. After all, power can turn around any fate. He must be stupid if he thinks he can make use of me however he likes. Instead, I'll be the one using him to get out of isolation, Endrick thought as a smirk appeared on his face. Chapter 381. Time's up, Sir Young. You have to leave now, the officer voiced out as he walked towards them. All right, young Joe replied as he turned around. We'll talk some other time, Endrick. Think about it and give me an answer when next we meet, young Joe voiced out as he left through the opening. Endrick stood in place for several moments with a look of contemplation. What did you two discuss about? The officer asked with a look of curiosity. None of your business, old man, Endrick voiced out disrespectfully before moving towards the side to sit. He was already worn out from today's training, so he wanted to rest for a while and also think about young Joss' proposal. He had been here for about 2 weeks now, so if he decided to agree with young Joss' proposal, he could get out of here in the next 2 weeks and join the others at camp. 2 years, and I have to complete any mission he gives me, Endrick wondered inwardly. After my 4 years training, when that time comes, I will be powerful enough to cancel out our deal, if I want to. After all, power can change any fate. Getting out of isolation as soon as possible is the most important thing right now, Endrick thought. Underscore, 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 underscore. As young Joe traveled within the transport vehicle that brought him over to the MBO tower, he smiled. The kid didn't jump at my offer like I expected, but that doesn't matter. He won't say no now, young Joe muttered as he grabbed onto the cup placed in front of him to take a sip of the contents within. Get the nanites ready, he said before tapping onto the button sticking to the back of his right ear. Underscore, 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 underscore. Back in camp, Angie was busy training personally with one of the officers in charge of combat training. She was currently sparring with an officer called Cora. Officer Cora was a buff, 2 meters tall man with green and black hair along with a 13 inches ponytail. Stop pulling your punches, he voiced out as he flicked her forehead, causing her to slide backwards by 7 feet. Ow, Angie held her head with a look of pain. But am not. Am attacking with full force, Angie replied. Just how much of a nice person are you? You're pulling your punches subconsciously because deep down the feeling of not wanting to hurt others is etched in your mind, he stated. Angie was taken aback by his analysis and raised her right hand slightly to stare at it. You don't belong here, he voiced out next. For what purpose did you decide to join the MBO? He asked. I want to attain the strength to protect others from danger and suffering, Angie said with a look of determination while clenching her fist and staring down. Do you know there are certain things you have to let go of if you ever want to achieve that? He said while walking towards her. I do, but there are also some things that I cannot let go of. I can't let myself become a mindless and emotionless murderer, or there would be no point in doing this, Angie voiced out. I only want to kill when there is no other option. I want to be strong and enough to make the decision when it's necessary so other innocent lives will not be endangered. Please teach me, Angie's eyes watered as she spoke. Officer Cora stared at her for a few seconds before responding. You remind me of someone. Let's see if you will surpass him or end up just like him. Now, I know just how to train you, he said while turning around. How often do you use your legs to attack? He suddenly asked. I don't really make use of them, Angie responded with a confused look. You do know that the legs pack a punch more than the arms do, and that's even more for a speed star such as yourself, he stated. Yeah, I do, but... Angie had a conflicted look on her face as she paused her speech. You're afraid of causing too much damage, so you refrain from using kicks, he said with a look of realization. We need to get rid of that mentality first. I will teach you how to inflict maximum damage using those legs of yours, he said while pointing at her thigh area. Underscore, 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 underscore. Another day went by, just like, and it was a Wednesday. Cadets had been looking forward to this day because they would be starting a new training course that everyone seemed interested in. Due to the 1 week of the canceled morning routine, they were unable to take this course last week. This training session was called Intergalactic Warfare. This was training with actual spaceships. The training camp had a space shuttle. However, it was unauthorized for liftoff, so the spaceships parked there were only there for show. According to what they heard, although their training would be held there, they would be making use of simulations to practice. After the morning routine, When everyone got their bloodlines unsealed, they quickly moved towards the location of the training camp space shuttle. Gustav moved amidst the many others towards the space shuttle. They arrived in front of a massive octagon structure fenced by thick walls on the south, west, and east. There was also a runway and a massive circular hole in the front. The cadets were let in, and they arrived at a part of the internal structure that led underground. They were all slowly brought down by the floor of the structure, which suddenly started descending. They arrived in a broad underground hangar where 2 massive spacecraft could be seen in front. This underground hangar was immensely large, and the walls were dark with whitish lines. However, it was brightly lit due to the lighting installed. As the cadets walked forward with awe-stricken looks as they stared at the 2 massive spacecraft with sizes similar to 3-story buildings. Many of them had seen a spacecraft before, but not this close up. For those who lived in Plankton City or the neighboring cities around, Chapter 382. Many of them had never seen a spacecraft before, but not this close up. Those who lived in Plankton City or the neighboring cities around had the privilege of even entering into one. However, that was an old spacecraft, and it was way different from the current looks of spacecraft. These spacecraft were black and azure in color. They were shaped like a pentagon cut in half. The emblem of the MBO could be seen plastered on the top exquisitely and boldly. This was the first thing that would be noticed the instant a person laid eyes on it. Everyone stopped walking forward as they noticed someone standing up ahead in the middle of both spacecraft. It was a 4 feet tall looking female who looked like a 13-year-old. However, she was clad in an MBO uniform, which made it obvious that she wasn't. The cadets had surprised looks on their faces after recognizing the color of the uniform, which meant she was of higher rank than other officers within the MBO camp. What are you brats doing standing around? Get over here right now. She voiced out with a mature feminine voice. The cadets were a little taken aback by the sudden exclamation. The last to get here will be kicked out of my class today, she added with a strong tone. Everyone quickly moved forward after hearing that and arrived in front of her. She stared at them with a repressed expression, sizing up cadets one after the other. Everyone kept wondering who this young-looking female officer was and why she was acting so strange. She walked forward and observed a few of them and then moved in a circular motion around them. Many of you don't belong in this training session. Intergalactic warfare isn't for every officer, so I'm sure the numbers will eventually reduce. Some of you will never be deployed outside the planet to fight battles, she voiced out and turned around to move forward. You will refer to me as Officer Mag, she voiced out as she kept walking forward. Follow me, she added. The cadets did as they were told and followed her forward. They passed in between the 2 spacecraft parked on both sides of the underground hangar. There was another passageway in front that was looking like a tunnel. The passageway lit up with circular lights planted on the walls of the tunnel-like path. Everyone went through it one after the other and arrived in a large dark space. This place was so large that even with the number of the cadets being over 1,000, it was able to contain them with ease, and even more spaces were left. The cadets had looks of confusion on their faces as they walked in, but lights started appearing all over the place in the next second as the space started to transform. Truyan, Zien, seats with straps, a control aircraft-like steering in front, and a massive holographic imagery of space could be seen. The internal structure of the space was transforming into that of a spacecraft. There was more than one control steering wheel with so many buttons that one would have a headache from just staring at them. Just like a military aircraft, there was a space behind that was similar to a walkway where seats were placed against the walls of the spacecraft. These seats each had a helmet and straps, numbering in the hundreds. Look around you. This is the internal structure of an MBO battle spaceship, she voiced out. Now, some of you who might have a knack for this and will end up as future spacecraft pilots, while some will end up as vice pilots. However, besides this, there are also other roles involved within piloting a spacecraft. Regardless of whether you're bright enough to become a pilot or not, every officer sent on an intergalactic mission would have a role, she explained. There are those we call the spotters. They locate any anomaly within the routes leading to their destination in space. There's the stinklers. They look for possible escape routes out of anomalies like space radiation showers, high and low-level black holes, space rupturing, collapsing of stars. There are times that spacecraft are caught up in things like this. And finally, the majority of officers in an intergalactic warfare squad are the combatants. Their only job is to get ready to battle at any time while traveling through space. Since they'll be well equipped and trained, they are expected to be ready to battle within any and every occurrence. There are also the backup pilots who sit among the normal officers just in case something happens to the main pilots. They're always there to take control of the spacecraft command. Officer Mag explained lengthily. She explained that although advanced AIs were installed within every spacecraft and were supposed to do the work of some of these roles on a spacecraft, it was impossible for an AI, no matter advanced, to be better than the combination of an AI and a mixed blood. As the spotters and stinklers are granted mechanical helmets that help them perform their tasks effectively, these mechanical helmets apparently sync the brain waves of the mixed bloods with that of the AIs. This, in turn, increases the efficiency of performing their roles by a lot. A lot of you must think being a space combatant is probably going to be the easiest among every other role in a spacecraft, but you're wrong. A lot of you will still fail trying to be one, because none of them are easy. And this is why officers that travel through space are the ones being paid the most. Officer Mag hit the nail on the head with this. A lot of them felt being a combatant would be the best option after looking around and seeing the buttons and control functions that were unknown to them. Anyways, enough with the pep talk. Your current assignment is to memorize the function of every single button within this spacecraft within the span of 2 weeks, she voiced out next. Chapter 383. Almost everyone's eyes widened slightly as they heard that. They looked around and noticed over 700 buttons, and that some switches were built differently. They wondered how they were supposed to learn the functions of every button within 2 weeks. I hope you all have your recording devices turned on. I will state the functions of every button, so make sure you pay attention, she said as she moved towards the first control platform. Gustav's ears perked up as he raised his concentration to the max and moved forward as well. The training ended later after 2 hours, and many cadets left grumbling with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. They couldn't understand why Officer Mag was so harsh. Someone got slapped after doing something out of turn. Out of all the officers that had trained them so far, she was the only one that treated them this way. The others were either neutral or nice, like Officer Bryant. Gustav wasn't bothered like the others since he memorized the 700-plus buttons and their functions. As his intelligence had risen to the point where he had a photographic memory. In fact, it was even better. The moment something was mentioned, he couldn't forget about it even if he tried to. If he did, he could easily recall it. However, Gustav wasn't going to let anyone know about this. Neither was he going to reveal that he knew the function of every single button and gear when it was time, because his aim wasn't to become an MBO pilot. He could do with being a combatant in the future, but he didn't want the pilot role because of specific reasons. He moved on to combat training before he was done for the day. Gustav had been visiting the MBO camp library for the last week to increase his knowledge of many things. He once again headed there by evening time to read more on intergalactic travels. The MBO camp had 4 different libraries, and Gustav's goal was to read every single book within. However, this would be impossible in the meantime because first-year cadets were not allowed to visit Some of the libraries, unless they had successfully become second years, and second-year cadets were practically third years because 2 years equaled a single semester. What Gustav didn't know was that his current rank gave him access to everywhere within the MBO. He didn't know what being ranked personnel entailed. Gustav was currently reading within one of the libraries. He found out that cadets that had just completed their 4 years of training were put on some kind of probation first. Even those that completed their training with excellence were given internal missions first before the higher-ups decide whether or not they were qualified to go on intergalactic missions. These internal missions, of course, were missions on the Earth. There was a probability that an officer who had just completed their training with excellence might never actually be given a mission outside the planet. This decision was up to the higher-ups. This threw Gustav off course a bit as he wondered if such a fate might fall on him. It would be disastrous if he finished his probation missions on Earth and wasn't enlisted among the squads that dealt with intergalactic missions. Gustav's main goal was outside this planet. If he decided not to use the MBO to achieve his goal, it would be harder for him. So it would be a problem if such a thing happened. Gustav started formulating plans just in case things went sideways. Gustav, in the process of thinking and not paying attention to his surroundings, he didn't notice that someone had closed in on him from the east side. Gustav turned to the side to stare at who had called out his name. "Vera, what do you want?" Gustav said with a slightly wary expression after noticing the person. It was the same Vera who jumped on him the last time he had a date with Angie, the granddaughter of Mr. Gon. "Hi, Gustav, I didn't come to cause any trouble, I promise. I just want to have a little chat with you," she muttered with a shy expression as she arrived in front of him. What is with her? Why is she acting differently this time? Gustav wondered. I should stay away from her. I can't read her at all, Gustav said internally as he stood to his feet. Not interested, Gustav said as he picked up the book in his hand and moved towards one of the shelves. Wait, Gustav, really, I need to talk to you about something important, she voiced out with a tone of urgency. Gustav hurried even more upon hearing that. He wasn't interested in witnessing her do something crazy to him again. Vera tried going after him, but in a few seconds, Gustav was out of sight. I lost him. How will I get it out of him now? She muttered to herself. Gustav had arrived on the path that led to his room area in the next few seconds. He was currently sprinting towards his room. Hey, we have a problem, the system suddenly voiced out as Gustav arrived in front of his room building. Gustav paused his footsteps and slid forward by a few feet due to friction. What do you mean by that? Gustav responded internally. He was startled by the system's statement, since this was the first time the system was ever mentioning that they had a problem. There's something inside you, the system stated. What do you mean by that? How can there be something inside me without your knowledge? Gustav replied with a confused expression. That's because it has hidden itself pretty well so far. Sigh, now I understand, the system said. Gustav turned silent and waited for its explanation. Remember your date with Angie, when you two were returning? I mentioned that something integrated with your body? The system asked. Yeah, I do. Is that what this is? I actually thought you were messing around. Chapter 384. Yeah, I do. Is that what this is? I actually thought you were messing around, Gustav said with a look of realization. Why would I mess around like that? Anyways, I scanned your entire internal structure and found nothing on that day, but I remain cautious about it. When you were in close proximity with that Vera girl a while ago, your body reacted, the system said with a disturbed tone. She's responsible for whatever is inhabiting my body right now. Gustav said with a tone of annoyance. Yes, she planted a pseudo-parasite within you when she kissed your neck. The system explained. How is that even possible? And you didn't notice? Gustav asked with a look of confusion. That's because it's different. I never expected we would meet someone like this here. The system's tone sounded more and more mysterious as it spoke. piquing Gustav's curiosity. Meet someone like that? What are you talking about? Gustav questioned. That pseudoparasite is one that could turn a living being into a puppet the moment it matures inside the body of the living organism it inhabits. Of course, there are some beings with abilities similar to that, but only one type of being exists that can deploy such parasitic strain into the internal anatomy of another living being without any form of detectability, no matter how powerful that living being is. They are the most dangerous and feared even across galaxies due to this. The host would be taken over without ever suspecting a thing. Neither would the people around them even be able to suspect, because the parasitic strain would be able to mimic the host's character, attitude, goals, and practically everything that makes them themselves, causing no suspicion. The only difference would be that the host would start exhibiting loyalty to the person who planted the parasitic strain within them. The system explained lengthily. What the... Gustav exclaimed with a look of wariness as he heard the explanation. Gustav, that girl is not an earthling. She's a xenophobia. I'm guessing that's a term for an alien, right? Gustav responded. That's an alien race that is many galaxies away from here. What makes this even more puzzling is the fact that their planet is under a universal seal that was put in place by many powerful planets collaborating with one another due to the sense of danger they felt towards the xenophobias. Earth happens to be among one of those planets that assisted in the sealing. The xenophobias are unable to leave their planet to other planets due to this powerful seal. So, how did that child get here? And from the looks of things, she seemed to have grown up here. The system stated with a tone of suspicion and curiosity. Vera is an alien, and one that's not even supposed to be outside of her planet? This doesn't make any sense, Gustav said with a contemplative expression. He couldn't wrap his head around this due to the thousands of theories that started to formulate in his head. Can you get rid of the parasitic strain she planted in me? Gustav asked. I can, but... Although it's still in its infancy stage, because I didn't sense it earlier on, you'll take serious damage if I get rid of it myself. The best way would be for it to get rid of it herself, which should be relatively easy and safe. The system explained. Gustav sighed with a look of relief. He was glad the system was able to get rid of it regardless of whether it would cause damage or not. However, he was even more glad that Vera was not a villain. At least not yet. He had decided he would give her the chance to do the right thing. And if she failed to, she would suffer the consequences of her actions by his hands. Sprint has been activated. Gustav turned around and dashed forward with speed back in the direction he came from. He arrived back in the library a few seconds later and started looking around for Vera. To his disappointment, she was nowhere to be found anymore. He checked around the place twice, ignoring the rules of not using abilities within the library, but still didn't find her. Gustav moved out of the library and started dashing from place to place, but even after an hour went by, he still couldn't find her. He was thinking about visiting the female dormitory areas, but he didn't even know where to start from. Even if he did check there, without consent from one of the girls, no male was allowed entry into any of the female buildings. Looks like I'll have to hold off the search for later, Gustav decided, and turned around to leave when he noticed a green, spiky-haired youngster up ahead. Gustav. The youngster recognized Gustav immediately, and Gustav also recognized him. Mr. Gon's grandson and Vera's cousin. What was your name again? Gustav asked as they approached each other. It's Damon. I'm a huge fan of Yo. Before Damon could complete his sentence, Gustav interrupted. I need to find Vera. Do you know where she is? Gustav asked with a tone of urgency. Yeah. No, but I have her contact information right here so you can connect to her, Damon said while bringing out a triangular device from his storage device. Cadets were still allowed to use their devices since they couldn't communicate with anyone outside the camp. Whatever barrier was set up prevented calls from going beyond camp. Gustav quickly collected the information he needed and dashed off into the distance without exchanging another word with Damon. Damon scratched his hair with a slightly embarrassed look, That wasn't how I imagined our second meeting would go, he muttered underneath his breath before turning around to keep heading towards his initial destination. Gustav arrived back in front of the library where he met Vera and made a call. The moment Vera heard his voice on the other end of the phone and his desire to meet up with her, she started being on her way. Chapter 385. Gustav could hear her delighted voice from the other end of the call. He quickly ended the call with a slightly disturbed look on his face. The cadets moving around would occasionally glance in his direction as they moved about, wondering why someone who doesn't often show himself would be out here. In a few more minutes, Vera arrived with a bright smile on her face as she approached Gustav. Gustav activated his combination. Sprint plus dash forms. He dashed forward with speed and grabbed onto Vera, dragging her along with him as they disappeared into the distance together. Gustav arrived in front of a secluded area within the camp that was like a garden where trees and flowers were planted all across the place. Bam! As he slammed Vera onto one of the trees while grabbing hold of her neck and pinning her back against it tightly. "What did you do to me?" Gustav's eyes squinted dangerously as he asked. Even though he was squeezing tightly against her neck, Vera smiled with a look of delight as she grabbed onto Gustav's arm and pressed it against her neck even more. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Gustav voiced out as he pulled his arm back. "She's gone psychotic again," he said internally as he stared at her. "Why did you stop? Getting killed by the one I love would be the most perfect thing in the universe." Vera coughed lightly as she spoke with a look of delight and fell to her knees. "Love? What are you talking about? I will torture and find a way to end you if you don't come clean right now," Gustav said with a disgusted look as he looked down at her. "Oh, please do. I love you, Gustav Crimson. I'll be willing to do anything to experience that from you." She voiced out and looked up to stare at him lovingly. "This girl is most definitely crazy. I can't communicate with her like I did to the others." Gustav came to this realization as he noted the expression on her face. Gustav squatted and stared at Vera in the eyes. "Hey, you say you love me, right?" Gustav asked while raising one eyebrow. "Yes, yes," she nodded twice while replying. "Don't you know that trying to turn me into your puppet means betraying that love you feel? Because right now I despise you so much, and I'm slowly growing to hate you for what you did," Gustav stated bluntly. Vera's eyes suddenly turned sad as she heard that. She stared at Gustav with a look of pain. "You hate me?" She muttered. "Yes, I totally despise you right now. You have proven to be weak by trying to take the easy way out," Gustav replied. "But I didn't mean to. I... Gustav interrupted her before she could finish. "The only way for you to redeem yourself is by getting rid of what you put in me," Gustav stated. "Does that mean you'll love me if I get rid of it?" she asked with a hope-filled gaze. "No," Gustav cut her off instantly, causing her eyes to turn red. "But I'll despise you less if you get rid of it, and tell me exactly what you are," Gustav added. "This is better than him hating me. I didn't mean for it to happen. I was going to get rid of it anyway," she said internally as she stood up with a conflicted expression written all over her face. She moved closer to Gustav, who was a little startled by her approach. "What are you doing?" he questioned. "Don't move," she said while leaning forward. Her face traveled towards Gustav's right neck side. A low, sloppy, squishy sound was heard from Gustav's neck area as her lips made contact with his neck. Gustav's body trembled slightly as he felt a jolt of electric-like current run through his body the instant Vera sucked on his neck. He almost subconsciously moaned out, but he was able to regain control of his senses before he exclaimed in a manner that would leave him embarrassed. A glowing blue mark appeared on the area Vera was sucking, and in the next instant, it disappeared. She withdrew her lips and smiled. "You're free now," she voiced out. "Hey, system. Am I clean?" Gustav still decided to ask the system to be sure. "Yes, I can no longer sense any strand of the parasitic strain. Your body would be reacting to it due to the close proximity between you two if it was still within your internals. The system confirmed the authenticity of Vera's statement, causing Gustav to lower his guard a little. So, tell me, what are you? Gustav asked. What do you mean? You want to know how my bloodline works? She asked with a slightly confused expression. Cut the act. You don't have a bloodline because you're not a mixed blood. Xenophilbian, Gustav said with a strong tone. What? Vera suddenly started laughing. She turned around and held the tree for support as she laughed for several seconds. Gustav stood in place with an unbothered expression on his face. He kept staring at her without saying a word. After laughing for a few more seconds, she noticed Gustav's straight face and realized he wasn't messing around. I don't know what you're talking about. What's a Xenophilbian? She asked. Still playing dumb with me, eh? All right, then he'll keep despising you, Gustav said, and proceeded to turn around to start walking. Vera's eyes widened as she quickly called out to him. Wait. Please don't go, she voiced out as she ran to Gustav's front and blocked his path. Are you going to spill now? Gustav asked, but I really don't know what you're talking about. What's a Xenophilbian? I'm truly just a mixed blood like you, she said with a sincerely confused expression. What's up with this? Does she not know what she is? Gustav wondered internally as he noted her sincere tone. It would appear that way. She doesn't seem to have heard that term before. The system added. Then, do you know that you're not of Earth? Gustav voiced out while staring into Vera's eyes. Chapter 386. Then, do you know that you're not of Earth? Gustav voiced out while staring into Vera's eyes. Huh? What do you mean by not of Earth? Vera voiced out with an even more confused expression on her face. Did you hit your head, darling? Vera asked with a worried look. I mean, you do know that you don't have Earth origins? Your kind originated from another planet, Gustav elaborated. However, Vera kept staring at him with a confused expression. She really doesn't know anything? Gustav was once again dumbfounded. It would seem that she is completely unaware of her true origins. She doesn't seem to even have a clue. The system responded with this. Vera, is Mr. Gon truly your grandfather? Are you a true descendant of his household? Gustav decided to ask. Of course, Grandpa Gon is my father's father. Vera confirmed instantly. Then what exactly is your ability? Gustav questioned. Vera explained that she was able to control plants and insects around her by secreting a kind of gas from her body. She demonstrated this, and a green gas oozed out of her being, spreading across the surroundings. The tree behind turned a little darker in color, and Vera proceeded to swing out her left arm. Swihayai! A long tree branch swung forward and slammed to the ground in front, causing dust to scatter across the place. Vera was able to control the tree to move, as she willed like it was an extension of her body. She did the same thing with the grasses and the insects around. She made a swarm of insects fly around Gustav, forming a love sign in midair, while also making the grasses on the ground grow taller, wrapping around his feet. After the demonstration, Gustav asked, Then what of the ability you used on me? The parasite, Gustav asked. That. Grandfather and father warned me never to use it, and never to reveal it also. Vera said with a cautious tone. Have you used it on someone else besides me? Gustav asked. I only used it when I was still a kid. My former classmates and teachers ended up becoming my puppets. I also enslaved a councilman by mistake because there are times when I can't control it, just like when I kissed you back then. Vera explained. Gustav now had a basic understanding of how things were. It would seem her family is hiding the truth even from her. There must be a hidden secret in Mr. Gon's household. She turned a councilman into a puppet. Gustav couldn't deny that this ability was very dangerous, and if it ends up in the hands of a villain, the earth could be turned upside down. This was already proof that Mr. Gone wasn't a bad guy, since he had told Vera to never make use of it, even though he could have used Vera to his advantage, being his granddaughter. "Hold still, Vera, I want to try something," Gustav said as he raised his right hand. Sharp claws grew out of his fingers, and he grabbed on Vera's neck. Puig! His claws dug shallowly into her skin, causing her to exclaim in pain. Gustav waited for a few seconds before pulling his arm back. Vera's neck started bleeding, but she kept staring at Gustav like she wasn't experiencing any pain. Gustav quickly brought out a healing pill and fed it to her. "She truly isn't a mixed blood," Gustav said internally. He had tried using bloodline acquisition a while ago, but it didn't work. "Mr. Gone, just what are you hiding?" Gustav wondered. "So, is Vera less detestable now?" Vera asked with shimmering eyes. You've been good so far, Vera?" Gustav nodded lightly as he responded. Vera's eyes glittered with happiness as she heard that. "Just don't act like that again. We'll have to remain in touch," Gustav added. Yes. Vera is at Gustav's beck and call any time," Vera answered with a beautiful smile. The day went by just like that. It was a Sunday, which was the only day they had a single training session. It was around 8 in the morning, and Gustav was currently free due to having a single training session. He had been thinking a lot about Vera's abilities and had come to an understanding that even her ability to control the plants and insects around her was just a branch of her Xenophilbian abilities, only that it was weaker. The system confirmed that Xenophilbians did have different ways in which they used their abilities, but it mostly focused on controlling living organisms. If groomed properly, she can become a great and powerful asset to the MBO. But since the MBO has no idea about the true extent of her abilities, she will become a great asset to me instead. I will have Vera become a special class cadet, Gustav decided. As Gustav came to this decision, he remembered something. That kid still isn't here. I wonder how much longer his punishment will last. Gustav stood up after muttering that statement and moved over to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Calm. While Gustav was in the kitchen making breakfast, he heard knocks on his door. He shook his head thrice as a wry smile appeared on his face. He already knew who was at the door before arriving there. SSHHHSSS. The door slid open after Gustav gave the permission. Falco and Eldra strutted into the living room. "Ha! I can smell it already. Gustav, what's for breakfast?" Voiced out with a starving look as he stared in the direction of the kitchen. "Some male mixed breed, fried ball sack," Gustav responded. What? You messing with me, right?" asked with a choking look. "Who knows?" Gustav responded, while shrugging his shoulders. "Ha ha ha." Falco started laughing after hearing that. "Good morning, Gustav," Eldris greeted after laughing lightly. Eldris was still as tall as ever. He was still close to reaching 7 feet and still growing. His graceful and charming looks with his silver-colored hair that was so long that it swayed around his buttocks area. Chapter 387. His two closed eyes added an air of mystery to his being. This was someone who didn't need charm points to be charming. Gustav nodded at the both of them before proceeded to head back to the kitchen. "If a male mixed breed ball sack smells that good, then count me in," voiced out as he proceeded to sit in the dining area. Falco and Eldris had their mouths open for a few seconds as they turned to face Okay, that came out wrong. Laughed lightly as he added, "You really would eat anything, wouldn't you?" Falco started with a burst of light laughter. In a few more minutes, Gustav came out of the kitchen and served them with some of the dishes he had prepared. The four of them piped down and enjoyed the hot and delicious meal. Gustav's place had been their go-to place every weekend in the last 2 weeks. When Eldris tasted one of Gustav's dishes the last time he visited with EB and Falco, he couldn't help but admit that Gustav was an extremely talented cook. Since then, he had been longing to visit once again with Falco and this peasant I have to admit you best me in this aspect. Falco's alter ego suddenly took over and voiced out after munching a mouthful of juicy meat. You idiot, get back in, Falco said as he slapped himself before gaining control back. Sorry about that, hee. Falco laughed lightly after gaining control back. It's cool, Gustav responded before grabbing a bowl-sized fried batwing and munching on it. Your alter ego is quite a handful, isn't he? Eldra said with a slightly worried look. Don't worry, I have him under control. Falco smiled while responding. You do not, Yuli. Pa. Falco slapped himself again before his alter ego could complete the sentence. By the way, Eldris, I've never seen you open your eyes. Voiced out with a look of curiosity as he stared at Eldris sitting on the opposite side of the dining. I heard your eyes are related to your bloodline. Falco added, that is quite true. Although I can activate my bloodline without having to open my eyes, opening them enhances my abilities and has an effect on the surrounding environment. I mostly do not open them unless necessary, so as not to affect those around me. Eldris explained. Gustav, and Falco had looks of understanding on their faces as they heard this. Then how do you see? Falco asked. I can envision my surroundings within a radius of 60 feet because my senses are enhanced, Eldris answered before he continued eating. He has quite the perception, Gustav said internally after listening to that explanation. He could also walk around without opening his eyes, and this was all due to perception. The only downside was being unable to tell the color of things around you. Must suck to not be able to see colors. He said the exact same thing on Gustav's mind. No, I can actually sense colors even if I can't see them. Colors speak to me, Eldris responded with a smile before pointing at the table. White, he called out the color of the table. Brown sofas, he pointed at the living room area next. The comb in your hair is green in color, Eldris said while pointing at EB. How did he know there was a comb in my hair? And the color when it's hidden? Had a surprised look on his face as he wondered. Good thing he didn't mention the other thing. Eldris went on to point to different other objects, calling out their colors to the astonishment of them all. That's quite crazy. We should have invited the girls over, said with an astonished look. Gustav heard that and remembered something. I said I was going to check on her. Sigh. By the way, man, what's up with you and Angie? He finally decided to ask, since this had been on his mind for a long time. Nothing. We're just minding each other's business and training to become stronger, Gustav replied before sipping some water. He had a look of suspiciousness on his face, while Falco's face turned slightly dark after hearing this. Why? Falco voiced out as his forehead creased. Huh? Gustav exclaimed. Why did you ask her to kill? Falco asked with a dark look. He had a confused expression on his face after hearing that. He stared at both of them, repeatedly waiting for an explanation. It's not a request. It's a challenge. And it's for her own sake, as well as those she will get affiliated with in the future. Gustav shrugged as he voiced out casually. Still, it's wrong to manipulate her feelings like that, Falco said with a disappointed look. What are you two talking about? What kill? Who's asking who to kill? He voiced out with a confounded expression. Gustav told Angie to kill. Unless he'll never accept her feelings, Falco revealed. Wait, what? ES' mouth was left open as voiced out. He turned to stare at Gustav, who had just finished the meal in front of him and was casually cleaning his mouth before taking a sip of water. He'll be back. I need to check on something important, Gustav said as he stood up and walked towards the door. Wait, man, we need to talk about this, he voiced out, but Gustav ignored him and kept moving till he was out of the apartment. The three of them sat there with conflicted expressions on their faces as they waited. Knowing Gustav, there must have been a good reason why he would decide to do that, thought. As what really happened? Tell me everything, said to Falco. Eldris was all ears too, because he wanted to understand what was happening, so he could assist in any way possible. This is what Glade told me. Falco started narrating. Gustav arrived outside in a few seconds and started dashing towards the direction of the female residence. Chapter 388. Swisush. He arrived in front of the path that led there in a few minutes and found a place to sit. He looked around for a few seconds, but he couldn't see anyone that he recognized, even though the girls moving around recognized him. Some of them wondered why he would come here, but there was no rule stating that a male couldn't sit in front of the path leading to the female's residence. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav activated God Eyes, causing his irises to glow green and scarlet. Life sign tracking activated. Gustav closed his eyes as different symbols appeared in his mind. He focused on a particular one. Caret plus caret. He suddenly opened his eyes as his sight transformed into another place entirely. S-bam, bam, bam. In his line of sight, he could see himself jumping in the air and kicking a massive 12 feet tall rock 7 times before landing on the ground. This was because it wasn't himself that he was seeing. Instead, he was seeing through another person's forehead. The wall blasted apart, and an officer could be seen standing in front. He clapped his hands with a look of encouragement. Then he gestured towards the person Gustav was seeing through. Tall trees could be seen around this place, and a path where yellow-colored water flowed through on the side. There was a ledge in front where the water was flowing down from. The officer seemed to be leading this person towards the ledge. Gustav smiled and closed his eyes. God Eyes has been deactivated. He stood up and began walking back towards his room. She's working hard, he said internally. Gustav arrived back in his apartment a few minutes later. To his surprise, Eldris and Falco were still there waiting for him. Gustav walked towards one of his sofas and sat. Master Gustav, would you like a can of soda? The humanoid bot in his apartment voiced out as it approached him. Nah, I'm okay, Gustav responded as he leaned his back against the sofa. If you have something to say, say it. Your stares are beginning to prick my skin, Gustav stated. He could already tell that Falco had narrated everything to the both of them. The three of them walked towards the living room area and also took their seats. Look, man, I understand why you did that, but it feels like an overkill. She would eventually learn after undergoing 1 or 2 missions in the future. Started speaking first. You can't just ask someone who dislikes violence to kill. It's wrong even though. She has feelings for you, Falco added. Gustav turned to stare at Eldris. Your turn, he voiced out and waited for Eldris to speak. I'm with you on this one, Eldris voiced out. You did the right thing. The only problem is I feel you went about it the wrong way, Eldris added. Falco turned to stare at Eldris with a look of confusion. How is it right to tell her to kill? He voiced out. Being here means you have accepted to becoming a murderer whether you're currently one or not. A person who is not interested in causing another person's death should not be here because when it comes down to it, we'll have to kill to protect those that really matter in the future, Eldris stated. Falco turned to stare at the front with a complicated expression. Just one thing, man. It would be better you watch over her so she doesn't lose herself when that happens, suggested. That's true. From what I have heard about her, someone like her is likely to turn mad after doing something that goes against her morals. Except she changes those morals, you will have to watch over her, Eldris added. No, this is her journey. She has to do this on her own. As we are now, she's neither a friend nor a foe, an accomplice nor an opposition. Things will remain like this until she successfully completes the challenges, Gustav voiced out before standing up. The three of them stared at Gustav's face, which looked completely serious, just like it used to. They figured he wasn't messing around, and from what they understood about his cold attitude, they could tell that changing his mind would be near to impossible. Why does he give off such a strong, commanding vibe? Gustav will really turn out to be something great within the MBO in the future. But he also has to learn to be a little softer at times, Eldris said internally. Later during the night, Gustav sat in his personal training room channeling his bloodline. Today's events replayed in his mind as he started making plans for the future. Earlier during the day, the three of them had failed to convince Gustav to watch over Angie. The truth was, even if they didn't mention it, he still would. However, he didn't want them to know that he would be doing this because he wanted Angie to remain with the impression that he had completely discarded her and wouldn't have anything to do with her until she completed the task. After a few hours, Gustav opened his eyes and smiled. "Step 2, he said while standing up. He had just achieved a minor breakthrough, reaching step 2 of the serial rank. It had only been 2 weeks since they arrived here, and Gustav could feel himself improving at a fast rate. He couldn't imagine how fast he would develop in the next 2 years of being here. Gustav decided to head towards one of the training centers to gauge his improvement. As within a dark space, Endrik sat down cross-legged and breathed in and out softly. SSHHHSSSSHHH. An opening appeared on the west side of the wall, and a man in a business suit walked through it. "Have you considered my offer?" he asked while approaching Endrik. "Can you get me out of here in 2 weeks' time?" Endrik asked while opening his eyes. Chapter 389. "Yes," young Joe responded. "So long as you agree to my offer," he added. "All right then, I agree," Endrik responded without hesitation. Young Joe smiled as he arrived in front of Endrik. "Good. Now swallow this," young Joe said while squatting and stretching out a yellow pill towards Endrik. "What's that?" Endrik asked with a wary expression. "It's a stimulant that activates itself after 4 years. You won't be able to say no to my missions while it's activated. Also, it disappears completely from your body system after 2 years of activation, which is also when our collaboration will end," young Joe explained. "Do you think I was born yesterday?" Endrik voiced out before slapping the pill away from young Joe's hand. "I won't be so stupid as to believe the words of a total stranger. For all I know, that could be a death drug, or something that would turn me into a mindless fool upon consumption," Endrik stated. "You can cancel the collaboration for all I care. Am not consuming no pill," Endrik voiced out. "Ha ha ha, you see, this is why I like you. I was just testing you to see how you would react. I must say, I'm impressed. You are truly not a fool," young Joe stated with a praising look. Endrik raised one eyebrow up suspiciously before calming down. "But then, how can I be sure that you will stick to your end of the bargain after I help you out?" young Joe asked. "Why don't we sign a contract? That way you'll have proof of my agreement," Endrik proposed. A contract is a good idea. I will have something tied to it, so if any of us goes against our word, that person will lose something," young Joe stated before pulling out a device. Both of them later signed a contract with terms and conditions involving the loss of a huge sum of money if any of them failed to carry out their side of the bargain. The amount of money involved in this would be one that even a mayor of a city or a business tycoon would be afraid of losing. Young Joe started leaving after they were done. Endrik smiled and stared at the front after he had left. "Fool, I will destroy that contract with my own hands when I become powerful enough," he laughed lightly while speaking. Young Joe arrived outside the MBO tower, where a ride was waiting for him. He got in and smiled while staring at the contract within the device he was holding. "Erase data, this is unnecessary," he commanded. The contract data was immediately erased. Young Joe's smirk increased even more as he recalled the last time he was here. Young Joe picked up a strand of Endrik's hair from the floor before he left the last time. Endrik had no idea that such a thing happened because his back was faced towards young Joe during their conversation. While he was inside the aircraft that brought him back to his residence the other day, he had asked for them to prepare a particular set of nanites. These nanites could do exactly what he mentioned to Endrik. The moment these nanites entered into Endrik's bloodstream, he would be unable to refuse any of young Joe's missions. This was truly what was within the pill he gave Endrick to consume. However, young Joe already knew Endrick would refuse to take the pill, which was why he made precautions by taking a strand of his hair. These nanites were designed from scratch again with the DNA from Endrick's hair used as a catalyst. The moment Endrick made contact with the pill by slapping it away, these nanites made their way out of the container into his body. Young Joe was unaffected while touching it earlier because they would only react to Endrick due to his DNA that had been used as a catalyst for creation. It should be settling in his bloodstream by now. Gustav Crimson, now I have your brother in my control. You're going to be next. Young Joe smiled as the ride took off. Back in the enclosed space, Endrick was about to get up when he felt something. Grab. He quickly grabbed his left arm and pressed it tightly. What is that? It's moving? Endrick said with a tone of disbelief. That bastard. How did he? Endrick voiced out with a tone of annoyance. He turned his face around to the side and noticed the yellow pill on the floor several meters away. Don't tell me. Hiaf? Endrick suddenly groaned in pain as his left arm started bloating below, where he was applying pressure. And he had my ABI to stop this. Endrick groaned in pain as he tightened his right hand around his left arm even more. He wanted to make use of his bloodline ability to uproot and destroy whatever invaded his body. However, he was still weakened due to being in here. Help! Endrick shouted out repeatedly, but there was no answer. He was slowly losing grip on his left arm. After a few more minutes of holding out, Endrick's grip slipped due to lack of energy, and he fell to the floor as the nanites infiltrated his insides. New, he shouted out with a look of anguish and pain. Gustav suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and looked around. What was that? He muttered with a confused expression. He placed his hand on his chest. Badump, 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 badump. Why did my heart rate suddenly increase? Gustav wondered as his heart rate slowly went back to normal. He stood up and moved to the kitchen before taking a sip of water and going back to bed. As today is going to be hectic, I should sleep a little more, Gustav decided after checking the time and noticing that it was still past 2 a.m. Just like that, another week passed. On this day, the cadets were all feeling the tension in the air due to the intergalactic training session. Today, they would have to mention the functions of the 700-plus buttons within the main control room. Chapter 390. Today, they would have to list the functions of the 700-plus buttons within the main control room of the spacecraft. According to Officer Mag, those who couldn't list the functions of at least 500 out of the 700 had no business being in the intergalactic training session. With this, they could tell that some cadets would be marked as potential failures of this training session today. Even though they would still be allowed to partake in the intergalactic training session till the year was over, they were probably going to be among those that would end up being dropped and unable to continue with it by the time the next year began. After their daily routine, the cadets moved towards the camp space station. Officer Mag was already waiting for their arrival just like always, and her appearance had not changed from the childish and grumpy look. Get over here, she voiced out before turning around to walk towards the simulation room. The cadets followed after her entering the simulation room through the passageway that led there. During their 2 weeks of training with her, she had taught them a lot of protocols that also involved being within a spacecraft. According to her, spacecraft was just a higher form of aircraft, which meant that if they could learn this, they would be able to fly any transportation vehicle that works in the air. Another thing was the proper wear of their flight uniforms. The instant the cadets got into the simulated spacecraft, they approached the changing rooms to pick up their flight uniforms. Their uniforms were circular-shaped. The moment they placed it on their chest, their entire body would be covered in a black and red jumpsuit-like armor along with a helmet. Take a seat, everyone. Officer Mag instructed after they had all geared up. Everyone proceeded to have their seat in the hallway-like area where seats were arranged in a straight line, facing each other with backs placed against the wall. Holographic projections appeared in everyone's line of sight. The holographic projections buttons and switches within the spacecraft's main control center would appear, and they would have to input the use of such a button. This was within their helmets, so the person sitting beside you would be unable to see how you answered the question. Gustav stared at them as they appeared one after the other in different shapes, sizes, and colors at times. He didn't spend more than a second on each one giving the answer. Immediately, they appeared. Jumper 1 ignition, leap accelerator, swerve fluctuation, bumper 3, bumper 9, turbo weapon activation, glitch mode. The instant he sighted a panel of them, he would recognize the name of every single button on that panel and list their uses. Some cadets had looks of seriousness and tension on their faces, as they did their best to recall the usage of these buttons one after the other. Only a few cadets seemed to be breezing through this due to the look of easiness on their faces. Gustav counted as he answered these questions one after the other. The moment he reached 500, he started giving the wrong answer to the rest of the questions. Seconds turned to minutes as time passed. Just when it was 20 minutes into the task, Gustav submitted the answer to the last question and stood to his feet. The cadets were surprised at his speed in finishing up. Most of them hadn't even answered up to 500, yet Gustav was already done. They had no idea that he could have finished up earlier if he wanted to. Officer Mag stared at him with a slightly suspicious look as he walked towards the main control room of the simulated spacecraft to wait. This kid, isn't he the one known as Gustav? I will see what he's capable of today, she said internally. Minutes later, other cadets were also finishing up one after the other. Some normal cadets, who were said to have high intelligence, even finished before a lot of special class cadets. This was their turn to show what they were capable of, since this test-like exercise practically dealt with intelligence. However, everyone still wondered how Gustav was so fast and felt that he just might be an all-rounder because everyone had noticed that Gustav managed to stand out in every training session. He was always coming second place in the morning routines. In combat classes, he was always winning spars. Some of them had even witnessed his prowess in some personal training sessions. Special class cadets were the cream of the crop among all cadets, but some of them still had courses where they weren't very excellent, and while some of them had the ones where they specifically excelled in better than others, or on the same level with the best. However, Gustav was always proving to be good in every training session, which made them wonder if he was an all-rounder. This had brought a lot of envy and jealousy among fellow cadets, and Gustav had become one of the most debated cadets in training camp within these last 3 weeks. Everyone was eager to see their scores, but they were even more eager to see what he would get due to being the first to submit. About an hour later, time was up, and everyone had to stop the exercise regardless of whether they were done or not. Officer Mag instructed the AIs to display the score of the cadets from the best to the worst. Wow. The number 1 was Gulvich with a total of 723 out of 803. As expected, it's another special class cadet. The number 2 isn't a special class, though. Yes, the number 2 is this Vulcan dude that is said to be extremely smart. He was only off by a mark. The cadets voiced out amongst themselves as they stared at the projection of their scores. At least half of the cadets got below the 500 cutoff marks, while the rest managed to get that amount. Sorry for the lack of chapters these past few days. I ended up taking a longer break than expected. Chapters update will go back to normal from tomorrow. Chapter 391. Elevra, Eldris, Chad, EE, and Falco had managed to be among the top 20. The top 70 spots were dominated by special class cadets mostly, but there were still a few smart, normal cadets that managed to outdo them. Angie, Glade, and Matilda were amongst the top 50s who managed to get around 600 points. Those who managed to get up to 500 points rejoiced. This way, they knew they had finally stepped onto the path of intergalactic travel and had higher chances of being among the officers who get sent out of Earth for missions. Hey, what is Gustav's score? I thought he would be among the top 5 at least. Someone whispered from behind, not wanting to be spotted, but his voice was loud enough for others to hear. This prompted others to look up and check. Not only could they not find Gustav among the top 10, but he also couldn't be found among the top 100. There, check number 498. Oh, I see it. 501 points. That was way lower than I expected. Chatter. They had expected a higher score since he finished first, but now a lot of them realized that Gustav might have just been picking any answer. I guess he's not truly an all-rounder like we thought. This exclamation was on a lot of their minds. Gustav ignored the voices of these gossiping and busybody cadets in the background. He had achieved his goal of meeting up with the 500 points, and that was all that mattered to him. Angie, Glade, and the others stared in Gustav's direction with a surprised look. They knew Gustav well enough to understand that there was no way his score would be this low when the rest of them managed to reach 600. Knowing Gustav, they figured he was probably up to something again, but they couldn't read him, and since he was so tight-lipped, they figured he probably wouldn't tell them what he was up to either. You scums did just as I expected. Those of you below my cut-off mark can kiss your future in intergalactic travels goodbye. The intergalactic squad won't be needing idiots like you. You are better off staying on Earth. Officer Mag voiced out without a single shred of mercy in the tone of her voice. Those of you who wish to redeem yourself in the future can continue coming for this training, but the next one is going to be 2 times harder than this. So think twice about whether or not you want to remain here, she added. You have 10 seconds to decide. If you don't leave within 10 seconds, I will assume you have resigned yourself to fate and the torturous training that comes after. A devilish-looking grin appeared on her cute small face as she got to this point. 9. The atmosphere suddenly became tense when she started the countdown. The cadets with lower scores had looks of uneasiness and conflict on their faces. 8, 7, 6, 5. At this point, about 100 of the cadets gathered here were zooming out of the simulation room. These were mostly cadets with scores around 100 and 200. They didn't have the confidence to continue, especially after remembering Officer Mag's statement about how the next was even going to be tougher than this. 3, 2, 1, 0. At this point, only around 800 cadets were remaining out of the close to 2,000 cadets. The simulation room was currently even more spacious now. Ah, a breath of fresh air. It doesn't stink as it used to, Officer Mag voiced out with a delighted look before raising her head to stare at the rest. Good. I see that you lots of balls. The suffering will begin from the next training session. She laughed lightly. Officer Mag went on to mention a few more things, and how they'd be going into lessons on battling within a spacecraft before dismissing the bunch. As the cadets left, Officer Mag stared at them leave with a suspicious look revealed Gustav's answer projection, she muttered underneath her breath as she moved towards a secluded part of the simulated spacecraft. A small square-shaped projection appeared in her front, showing Gustav's answers to every question. She scrolled down across the projected screen quickly. As the answers were showed along with a green bar that stated whether they were correct or not, Officer Mag noticed that every answer from 1 to 300 that she checked so far was correct. Her left eyebrow raised slightly as she got to the 501st answer. From 501, Gustav started to get the questions wrong, till the last one. The last one was the only correct answer from number 501. Something is up with that kid. Could he have failed them on purpose? She wondered out loud. ________________________ underscore, 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 underscore. Gustav arrived back in his room in a few minutes and started channeling his bloodline once again. He channeled his bloodline for the next 2 hours before stopping to take a break. I still wonder how I wasn't interrogated by the higher-ups about how my bloodline increased in grade. Maybe Miss Amy has something to do with it. Gustav wondered as he took a sip of the tea he had just prepared. He realized that after this week, it would clock a month that they had arrived in training camp. Next week was also when the special class cadets would be given access to visit the labs for bloodline strengthening. Oh, I will have to pick 3 from the challenge letters by next week. Gustav recalled that he would have to fight with 3 people out of all the normal cadets that had requested to battle with him for the position of a special class. Gustav was a little surprised that out of all the special class cadets to challenge, some cadets actually picked him. But then he recalled that some of the youngsters after Matilda's hand might have used this as an opportunity to battle him. I will post the after rectifying the issue of repeated chapter. Chapter 392. Gustav could tell that next week was going to be pretty interesting. For now, he just wanted to focus on training and finding more information about space. I wonder if Miss Amy has figured anything by now, Gustav thought. Gustav shook off the thought because he understood that she would have found a way to send a message if she could. Gustav was curious at one time, so he tried reaching the end of MBO camp. But just as the commander of the camp had said, there was truly no way to leave. There was no way to even get to the end or beginning of camp because Gustav found out that he was just running in circles when he got to a certain point. Whatever the MBO used in isolating this place from the rest of the world was top-notch. Their passes had points that they could use in purchasing foodstuffs from different places in camp, and also materials used for different things. Aside from the gadgets that were given for free, it was also possible to buy more gadgets, weapons, or any useful tech using these points. The only issue was points were given every month based on evaluation of monthly performance, so every new cadet only had very few points, so they couldn't purchase high-cost items. However, there was a catch. Cadets could make use of real-world currency within this place to buy things if they were out of points. The downside was every item would be twice as expensive as its usual value. Some cadets already had flying boards, body shields, and expensive techs that they purchased using real-world currency. However, only very rich kids in the real world could manage to afford this using real currency. Gustav wasn't really against this, but it was literally like cheating. Assume these rich kids purchase powerful and expensive tech. In that case, they could use this to challenge those that were unable to afford such and defeat them using this method even though they were weaker. Special class cadets that were poorer would be targeted by these rich kids who were normal cadets. These rich cadets that weren't strong enough would abuse this to become special class cadets. The only reason Gustav could think of that would make the MBO implement this was the fact that they were trying to make this a bit more similar to how situations would be in the outside world. In the outside world, no one would care about whether you were more talented or stronger. The opponents would use whatever means at their discretion to defeat you. So this would be a kind of challenge for a lot of people. Gustav could tell that a lot of idiots would assume him to be very poor and also challenge. He wasn't really bothered, since he would only have to face 3 people. After taking a break for a while, Gustav decided to head towards the library. Once again, he was still researching space. There was a particular book he was reading that was titled Intergalactic Travel Theories. He had read 10 volumes of it already, and according to the librarian, there were around 15 volumes. During this time frame, Gustav already learnt quite a bit about space, as well as things to be wary of while journeying. Gustav arrived at the library in a few minutes and started checking floating books and devices lined up in rows and columns for volume 11. A particular book caught his attention due to the first word he saw on its cover page. Galaxy's Treaties. Gustav muttered with an intrigued look and reached out to grab it. It was massive in size. at least twice the length of an adult's head. It had a blue and black thick cover page. Gustav took this book back to one of the seating areas and flipped it open. This book happened to contain information on the planets Earth had signed peace treaties with other galaxies. Not only did it have that, but it also gave information on the planets and what resources they provided Earth with. Marldork Prime, Orion Galaxy, millions of light years away. A foggy purple dust-filled, atmospheric type of planet. This planet Earth has purple grain which increases the speed of agriculture by 7 times. Edorkian Vingilis, Marlian Galaxy, atmosphere unconducive for humans, and Slarkovs. However, mixed bloods are a different case. Provides Earth with advanced mechanical plans for faster intergalactic travel. Gustav read these pieces of information one after the other. There was also information about how to journey to these planets, as well as how their ecosystem works and the species that inhabited the planets. During his 1 hour of reading, Gustav noticed that throughout he hadn't seen any place where the information of what Earth gave these planets back in return was written. Why does it seem more like a conquer than a treaty? Gustav wondered as he remembered the rock. He fought with the rock, which actually happened to be an alien back in the underground ruins who explained to him that Earth had been conquering planets. This was why Gustav didn't discard the fact that all these could just be a cover-up, so Earth wouldn't look bad in the book, because it didn't make any sense for only the other planets to give something to Earth without receiving anything back in return if it was a true treaty. As of course, there was also the thought of whether they just decided not to include what Earth gave back in return. All in all, Gustav couldn't discard his suspicions. Isn't this the same planet Matilda's plans to visit? Gustav muttered as he stared at the imagery of a large, purplish, and vague greenish planet along with the information written underneath. Abrukes planet. Orion Galaxy. It shouldn't be here. Wait. Why is there a red mark besides it? Gustav mumbled with a suspicious look as he stared at the red X on the side of where the name was placed. Gustav had a look of realization as he remembered the princess from the footage. Chapter 393. This must mean they used to have a peace treaty signed with Earth before, but now it is no longer valid. Gustav's face shone with a look of contemplation as he got to this point. He recalled the princess mentioning that they asked for help from Earth severally, but they were met with different excuses of why Earth couldn't send troops to help them. But why would they decide to turn a blind eye and end the treaty? This made Gustav feel like there was something more to this than meets the eye. Gustav decided not to overthink it because he obviously couldn't figure it out by himself. He had decided he would ask one of the officers here about this later. He continued digesting information about everything. He'll have to meet with Matilda later, he thought. Hours later, Gustav left the library after reading through the information on the galaxy's treaties and 2 more volumes of the book he was reading earlier. Officer Mag had recommended some books from the library for them to get and digest the information within. This book, of course, had to do with the inner workings of a spacecraft. She had told them she'd be asking them about it in a week's time. Gustav decided to take these recommended books back to his room. Just like that, another 2 days went by. On this particular afternoon, they were being trained within the spacecraft simulation room on combat during space travel. Everyone was dressed in their spacesuits as the spacecraft piloted through the endless space. Boom. Whoosh! A hole was suddenly blasted through the left side of the spacecraft, revealing the endless dark space. The wind was sucking everyone towards the hole with intensity as the gravity of the surroundings instantly changed. Wah! Kyra! A few cadets screamed as they were sucked through the hole in nearly a second, finding themselves displaced in space. Tap, tap, tap. Gustav and many other cadets had already tapped the button on the left side of their suits, which happened to be an anti-gravitational field activation button. Instead of being sucked away like the unlucky ones, they were able to get off their chair and walk across the small hallway-like area where they were strapped in. Gustav felt his body becoming immensely heavier as he moved forward with caution. Several humanoid-looking bots could be seen moving with speed towards the spacecraft from the whole blasted outside space. They infiltrated the spacecraft in no time, and a battle ensued. Boom, bam, bam, why? Different blasting sounds rang out as they battled. The cadets engaged these humanoid AIs. Gustav refrained from jumping across the place at this time due to the gravitational issue. His suit expanded as his body increased in size. He swept his arm across the place, blasting a humanoid AI backwards and sending it slamming into several others. The other cadets also showed their prowess as they battled the AIs properly, pushing them back. However, no matter how many AIs were destroyed, the place was still being flooded due to their massive numbers. Gustav slid forward as his body descended with his back almost touching the ground before he did a 360-degree speed, sweeping 3 AIs off their feet at the same time. Falco's alter ego had taken over at this point. He dashed forward with immense speed and swiped his right finger forward, causing a dark moon-shaped energy beam to slice forward. The 3 AIs were smoothly cleaved into 2 as Gustav kept running forward. Get me towards the opening over there, Gustav voiced out as he punched a hole through the chest of another AI. The number of AIs swarming his line of sight numbered in 200. On it, he shouted out from behind as he conjured a purplish vortex and threw it forward. Swan. Gustav grabbed onto 3 AIs at the same time and smashed them together before dashing into the vortex. He appeared a few feet away from the massive opening on the wall of the spacecraft. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav scrutinized and calculated the size of the hole on the wall of the spacecraft in a few milliseconds. Although I can't breathe in space, I have to do this. Gustav held his breath after breathing in before taking off his helmet. His head was already transforming into that of the serpentine mixed breed, as horns protruded out his head. A purplish beam gathered in front of his mouth before shooting it towards the 3 AIs he smashed together earlier. Bam, bam, bam. He joined their bodies together and merged them using the heat of the beam he was shooting out. He blasted more AIs apart in the vicinity and joined their bodies to the ones he already had. The other AIs in the vicinity had crowded him and were about to attack him while he was busy with that. But they couldn't understand why their body had turned extremely sluggish. This was due to the fact that Gustav had activated gravitational manipulation, which was currently affecting his surroundings. However, the AIs were only delayed by this for a few seconds. They were already about to attack him while he was merging the bodies of the destroyed AIs together. Sryriak, Falco, and E.E. appeared by his side, out of a vortex E.E. had just created. Bang, bang. They attacked the AIs in the surroundings, protecting Gustav. Gustav lifted up the merged bodies of the AIs a few minutes later, and they had been flattened into a kind of wall. Gustav dashed towards the opening on the wall while carrying the merged bodies of the AIs and slammed it into the opening. Bong! The wall he created with the bodies merged perfectly into the hole, covering it completely. Bam! Gustav grew in size, becoming up to 12 feet tall as he pushed his left palm against the wall to block the AIs behind from pushing through. As he shot out the purplish beam from his mouth again, using it to trace the lines at the edges, smothering them together. In a few seconds, he was done, and the hole was blocked. Gustav turned around and joined the rest of the cadets to battle against the AIs that were currently within the spacecraft. The issue of double chapters has been resolved. Chapter 394. Gustav turned around and joined the rest of the cadets to battle against the AIs that were currently within the spacecraft. Bam, bam, Bam! Attacks were sent flying everywhere, and in 10 minutes, all the AIS had been completely dealt with. Diane, a loud alarm rang out as the simulation room returned back to its normal state. The gravity turned normal once again, and they were no longer in space. SSHHHSSHHH. A door on the right slid open, and Officer Mag walked in with the other cadets that were sent flying out of the hole on the wall earlier. The cadets that were formerly sent flying had looks of shame as they walked in. What did I instruct you to do the moment a part of the ship gets blasted apart and a suction force starts pulling you towards a hole? She voiced out with a loud tone, causing those behind to shiver subconsciously. ST tap on the anti-gravitational field button. They answered in unison behind her. And where is it located? She asked with an annoyed tone. Oh, on OR left breast pocket area. They answered again. How come 20 of you failed to do that? You had at least 637 seconds to tap, yet you all failed to do something so simple. She voiced out. Silence, they didn't know how to answer that. Useless, bunch of useless. She reprimanded harshly. But, Instructor Mag, it's not our fault. We only had less than 2 seconds. Why are you being so mean? A youngster courageously voiced out from behind. Gasp. Some cadets subconsciously gasped after hearing that. Did you just talk back to me? Officer Mag questioned while turning around to look up at the 6-foot brown-haired kid. He couldn't find the words as he noticed her scary round eyes. Officer Mag arrived in front of him and pointed out her finger to poke his abdomen area. She was so quick that even the youngster didn't feel her finger until after she had withdrawn it. Bang! He didn't even get to react before he fell flat on his face, feeling extreme heaviness on his body. The others warily moved away from his side and stared at him with a look of pity. He struggled to move his neck as he raised his head to stare at Officer Mag. Officer Mag squatted. Now, this is a much better height for a convo. What did you say about me being mean? Ha ha ha. All right then, remain like this till the end of the session, she said before standing straight. The youngster was unable to speak due to the heaviness. Now, you lots also deserve punishment. I have the perfect one. ×2 gravitational pull as you continue today's session, she voiced out. The others had looks of fright on their faces, but before they knew what was happening, swoosh, she had dashed across the place, touching them one after the other very quickly. The moment her touch connected with their bodies, they felt the weight of their body double. Next time you lots will remember to do what is required. She smiled sheepishly before turning around to face the cadets that had just finished battling the AIS. The rest of you in Group B did a nice job, she praised as she walked forward. There were currently 80 cadets lined up in front, Gustav, Falco, and EE included. Officer Mag had grouped them into 8 groups earlier before giving them this assignment. Gustav, Falco, and EE just happened to be in the same group, so they had decided to work together to ace this from the start. After all, they were the only special class cadets in this group. Good work sealing the hole, Gustav. That was quick thinking. EE and Falco, good assist also, she praised. EE and Falco gave each other a fist bump, while Gustav nodded. The rest of you were only concerned with the number of bots you destroyed. You should know that the enemies you encounter in space could keep increasing in number and end up overwhelming your entire crew. She reprimanded. After sealing their entry point, your next step should be to check on the pilot and deploy the supportive battle drones on the ship to assist in clearing the main control room. If the pilot is out of commission along with the assistant vice pilot, the emergency pilots should take over the steering of the ship and move the ship to safety. The enemies always attack the pilots first to keep the ship stalled in place till their troops take over the spacecraft. Officer Mag explained lengthily. The cadets took note of this. Instructor Mag, a question Gustav suddenly voiced out from up ahead. Go on, she permitted him to ask. Since a part of the ship was blasted open for the purpose of infiltration, what stops them from blasting more places open to ensure successful ambush? Gustav asked. Good question. Officer Mag said before proceeding to explain. There are only a few spots on a spacecraft that can be blasted open without causing severe complications to the ship. If the enemy's purpose is to hijack or infiltrate the ship, they would only aim for these spots. Truinen. About 4 different locations in a spacecraft appeared in a projection form in midair. However, if their purpose is to destroy your ship, they wouldn't mind trying to blast holes in other places. She stated. The cadets also took notice of these spots she showed them. One more thing you should understand is, it's not so easy to blast these spots open no matter how powerful the enemy is, because every MBO spacecraft has a very high level of defense across the galaxy. If they eventually do manage to blast a hole through one of these spots, they won't be able to do it the second time because they would have spent an immense amount of energy trying. She paused for a brief moment as she got to this point before resuming her explanation. Chapter 395. So once the hole is blocked, you have practically ruined their chances, although whatever you must have used in repairing the hole has to also be sturdy, which is the part where you failed, Gustav. I give you a pass for the effort and improvisation, but the body parts of the AI being merged together will be way easier to blast aside. Although you might just have enough time to save the spacecraft before that happens, she voiced out. Are there other ways of infiltrating the spacecraft besides blasting a hole through one of the walls? Falco asked. Of course they are. We'll be going into that. In the next class your time is up, Officer Mag said with a solemn tone. Now, every one of you, get out and tell Group C to get in here, she said with a bossy tone before proceeding to sit. Gustav and the others moved out of the simulation room and arrived on the outside where many other cadets could be seen waiting their turn. Damn, they were amazing. Did you see how Gustav performed? He literally has multiple abilities. EE, and Falco are also pretty strong. The special class are always in the spotlight. Some cadets voiced out from the background as Gustav and his group walked out. There was a projection hovering in midair that displayed the simulation room. Gustav could tell that the cadets waiting here must have been watching their performance. The next group started moving towards the simulation room after being informed of Officer Mag's instruction. Gustav passed by the side of a green-haired, handsome-looking youngster who was also heading in with the rest. As they passed by each other's side, it was as if time slowed down as the green-haired kid's eyes moved to the side to stare at Gustav. I hope you're ready for next week. A smile appeared on his face as he voiced this out while passing Gustav's side. Gustav paid him no, he'd almost like he didn't even hear his words, and walked past him. However, the green-haired kid kept smiling, knowing that his words were heard, as he disappeared into the simulation room along with the others. He seems to have gotten quite stronger, Gustav said internally as he kept walking forward. Not like it matters. Better don't get too cocky. I can sense something off with that kid. The system suddenly warned from within. For you to suddenly say this, then I have to be careful. Gustav responded internally. Good. You had better stop underestimating people like that. The system reprimanded. Sure. Stop nagging like a mom already, Gustav said with a slightly annoyed tone internally. As a mom, I would be way better than the one you used to have. Gustav. The system response got Gustav speechless again. I'll just make sure to end the fight as quickly as I can, Gustav decided as he headed back to his room. Just like that, another 3 days went by again, and it was weekend. Today would make it 1 week that the cadets had arrived in camp. Gustav felt like time was flowing a lot faster than he expected, since he could still recall the day they arrived here like it was yesterday. He noted his improvement to be the fastest he had ever improved in a single month, even when he used to be weaker. Tomorrow would be the day, where points would be given out based on evaluation of the month. Tomorrow was also the day when the special class cadets would have to accept the challenges of 3 normal cadets out of all the challenge requests they had gotten. Gustav had a box full of requests for challenges delivered to him on this day, and was currently browsing through them. Apparently, 69 normal cadets had requested for Gustav to accept their challenges. He had expected them to be a lot in number, but he didn't expect this many. Looks like being labeled as top 5 strongest cadets didn't scare anyone away. Gustav muttered with a look of pity. He looked into the information of these cadets, one after the other, with curiosity. Gustav noticed that the ones he had checked out so far were mostly rich kids, and they had one similarity. They attended Matilda's celebration party. Calm. While checking through, Gustav heard knocks on his door. SHHHSSHH. He gave the command for the door to open, which it did. Falco and Eldris walked in. Each of them had the same type of white box in Gustav's hand. They greeted Gustav and moved to the sofa area to also go and check on his box. Wow, this many people challenged you. Such guts, he voiced out the instant he spotted the requests in Gustav's box. Apparently, some of them are using this opportunity to test out my current strength due to the issue at Matilda's party, Gustav replied. Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about that. Those lame rich kids, he responded with a snicker. Falco howls. What the F, *CK. He shouted out as he turned to stare at Falco's box. There were over 100 requests letters stacked within. How come these many people decided to pick you? He voiced out with a look of disbelief. A wry smile appeared on Falco's face as he saw their reactions. They must have labeled Falco as one of the weakest special class. These must be the ones who have no idea about the capabilities of the other you, Eldris analyzed with a look of contemplation. Such disrespect. I'll murder those bastards. Falco's alter ego suddenly voiced out, causing Falco to cover his mouth quickly. No killing, Falco said with a soft voice after regaining control. Mine are only around 20, he said while pouring out the contents in his box. SEES were lesser than Gustav and Falco's. Eldris, what of yours? Falco asked. Just these 3. Eldris scratched his temples as he picked up the 3 challenge request letters from his box, as expected of a top 5. Falco fawned. Dude, Gustav's also a top 5, he reminded. Chapter 396, as expected of a top 5. Falco fawned. Dude, Gustav's also a top 5, he reminded. Oh, true. A wry smile appeared on Falco's face as he realized. It makes sense that ID have this many challengers. More than half of them is from that time, Gustav said while checking the names on the challenge letter one after the other. Falco and he also started sorting through theirs for who to pick while Eldris sat still and held a book in his hands. One would wonder how he was reading the contents of the book without opening his eyes. After a few more minutes, Gustav finished sorting out his challenge requests along with EE. I have no idea who the others are besides the ones who are after Matilda's hand, Gustav muttered. They are probably rich kids with exquisite gadgetry who intend to make use of those texts to win the challenge. He responded with a look of contemplation. Also, there are quite a number of people who are after you. You have a hate fanbase, apparently, because a lot of cadets dislike your attitude. I heard someone say he was going to defeat you and make you lick his feet because you act so high and mighty, Falco stated. He started laughing after hearing that. Really played out quite funny in my head to see Gustav licking boot. But, yeah, you gotta be careful with these niggas, man. Some of them are really out to get you, but it's you, so I'm sure things will be fine, he added with a tone of seriousness and a smile. Oh, let them come. It's been a while since I felt my hands smacking on faces and fist breaking jaws and bones. I need the exercise. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he responded. EE and Falco subconsciously shivered as they heard that. They recalled scenes of Gustav battling with others and realized that it was always bloody. Elevra seems to be quite interested in you, Eldris suddenly voiced out. Why do you say that? Gustav questioned with a confounded look. She asked about you some time back. It's the first time I've seen her get interested in knowing someone's background since we were kids, but I refrained from disclosing any information about you because it is not my story to tell. She must have missed the broadcast from Mastergon's media station. Eldris stated. Hold up, you've known Elevra since you were kids? E asked with a look of disbelief. She's my little cousin, Eldris revealed. What? Both Eb and Falco voiced out at the same time. She's your cousin? Even Gustav was a bit surprised by this revelation. They had never seen both of them acting like they were related. Both of them not sharing a similar resemblance was understandable since they were cousins, not siblings. However, Elevra hadn't shown any sign that she knew anyone because she was practically a loner who liked being by herself. She has been quite the weird one since we were little, always ruthless to bullies in school, but avoided making friends. Not that she isn't approachable, but it's just a little hard to explain. She has always voiced out how she was going to vanquish evil from this world due to an incident she went through in our childhood days. Sorry, I can't reveal that to you guys. Eldris voiced out the last part with a slightly apologetic look. Damn, she's so fine, but she never showed any interest even when I tried sending her signals. E voiced out with a wry smile. The only time she ever showed interest was during fights and sparring sessions. I never won against her. Not even once. I'm older, but she's stronger. Knowing her, well, she probably wants to spar with Gustav because she can sense that his strength is higher than what he has shown so far, Eldris explained. I see. She's quite interesting, Gustav said with a look of interest. So I'm not the only one that can tell that Gustav is higher than the 5th position. He was placed in on the cadet ranking board, Falco stated. Of course, we all know that for some reason Gustav hasn't revealed the full extent of his abilities. E responded while turning to face Gustav. What does that matter? The ranking is not important, Gustav stated, not denying or revealing anything. I am also interested in sparring with Gustav at full strength, Eldris revealed with an excited expression shown on his face. I'm not even thinking about defeating Elevra yet. I can't underestimate her since I haven't seen the full extent of her abilities yet, Gustav stated, but he couldn't deny the fact that he was interested in her. She seemed to have an interesting personality that was a bit similar to Angie's in the sense of justice. However, Gustav could sense that Elevra was much more harder than Angie. He sensed a dangerous vibe from her at the time they had a brief conversation 2 weeks back. He could tell that she had killed several times before. The 3 of them, Eldris excluded, made their decisions on challenges to accept and sent the report back to the hall where issues like that were sorted. Gustav picked 2 people from Matilda's party and one of those so-called rich kids who intended to use high-end gadgets and weaponry to battle him. One of the people he picked was the green-haired kid who said some words to him the other day in front of the simulation room. Dietrich, Gustav, and the others later visited one of the training halls together to go do some personal training. Underscore, 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 the night went by in a flash, and the late cadets were once again awoken by the sound of the morning alarm, which reverberated across the entire camp, announcing that they had only 30 seconds to arrive on the field. Chapter 397. Practically all the cadets were already awake before the alarm rang out and were gathered at the field for the morning routine. No one was interested in going 2 laps for the morning routine, so they made sure to arrive earlier. Everyone was looking energetic this morning. They were looking forward to how the day was going to turn out. Those who had issued challenges most especially were hoping they had been picked to battle the special class cadets they issued out their challenges to. Gustav arrived on the scene with Eldris, and the rest before the alarm even rang out. Everyone arrived quite early today. You maggots seem to be in high spirits. Officer Bryant voiced out with a burst of laughter. Good. As you all know, the Special Class Cadets Duel Challenge is taking place today. By 10 a.m., those involved are to gather in Battle Arena number 7. Everyone else can decide to come and spectate if they want to. Besides the morning routine, all other training sessions are canceled for the day. Your points will also be allocated by the end of the day, Officer Bryant announced. The cadets nodded in response as they voiced out, "Understood, instructor." All special class cadets are expected to be in attendance, he added. Well, except for the new one that just arrived. Since he's just arriving, no challenge was issued out to him. So, Endrik Oslov is exempted, Officer Bryant voiced out, causing all the cadets to look around with a look of contemplation. This was when some of them noticed the new youngster in their midst, although it was impossible for all the cadets to know each other due to their numbers, which were over 1,000. They would still recognize someone that they had seen before. And this kid was someone who they were just seeing here for the first time. He had curly black hair, was about 5'6" in height, and was handsome but extremely haughty. He looked at everyone around him like they were lesser creatures. Hey, who is this kid? And why is he just arriving? Endrik Oslov? He's also a special class. Why does he look so familiar? He looks quite strong. Maybe he might make to the top 50 cadet ranking board. The chatters of the cadets could be heard as everyone focused on Endrik's current position. Endrik has arrived? Cadets from Plankton City had widened eyes as they spotted Endrik's figure. Those who had passed the first test initially but were unable to become special classes remembered how much of a bully he was. Some of them who ended up being his victims swallowed saliva as they subconsciously shrank back. Angie, who happened to be not too far away from his position with Glade and Matilda, stared at Endrik with a conflicted expression. Silent rage started building up in her heart as she stared at him, intensely remembering everything that happened in the neighborhood. Endrik turned to the side and made eye contact with her. A smirk appeared on his face as he winked and turned back to look forward. Why does it look like he didn't learn his lesson? Angie thought. Gustav stared in the direction at which everyone was looking from the corner of his eyes. The brat has finally arrived. Looks like the little one has arrived. I heard from an anonymous source that he was serving penalty for some misconduct, Eldris said to Gustav. Yeah, he was, apparently. Gustav responded, apart from the reduction in body, with ID say, there's nothing different about him. Maybe he didn't really serve any penalty, Falco said with a look of uncertainty. Hey, what are y'all whispering about? Do y'all know that kid? He was the only one lost here. Yeah, he is Gustav's little brother, Falco revealed. What? That arrogant-looking runt is Gustav's kid brother? Subconsciously shouted out, causing others in the vicinity to stare in their direction. Will you fucking lower your voice? Falco cussed after hearing Yi shout out. What? That kid is Gustav's little brother? Now I understand why he looked familiar. Oh my gosh, we have 2 special class siblings. They'll be unbeatable. But why do they not share the same last name? Why didn't you tell me you had a little brother? He said with a look of excitement. Because I don't. Before Gustav could respond, Officer Bryant stomped his feet on the ground, causing everyone to concentrate on him. This morning, you all won't be running round the course like usual, he said with a look of mysteriousness. The cadets had looks of confusion as they heard that, wondering what Officer Bryant had in mind. Your everyday morning routine with your bloodlines sealed was only to increase the strength of your bodies for the technique I'm about to pass down today, he explained with a profound look. I will be sealing your bloodlines again. Before imparting this technique to you all, he added before gesturing for everyone to sit on the grass field. The cadets did as they were told and sat cross-legged as Officer Bryant dashed across the place, sealing their bloodlines again. "Sasha, Ibrahim, help me with the impartation of the technique," Officer Bryant called out to his assistants after he finished sealing the bloodlines of every single cadet. He initially paused in front of Endrick earlier, contemplating whether his body could bear it. Still, Endrick assured him that there were no worries. Officer Bryant recalled that his report said Endrick had been in secluded training with his bloodline nearly sealed completely. Hence, he figured there wouldn't be any issues. The three officers began from three different positions in the crowd of cadets that were currently sitting cross-legged on the field. Officer Bryant squatted behind the first cadet in front and poked out 2 fingers from his right hand before stabbing it into the cadet's spinal area. The cadet moaned in pain, but Officer Bryant asked him to stay still. Shwai, shwai. Officer Bryant's fingers ran across the middle of his back twice, tightly pressed against the cadet's spinal area. Chapter 398. Officer Bryant's fingers ran across the middle of his back twice and tightly pressed against the cadet's spinal area. Then he moved to his shoulders and poked them twice before giving the cadet a chop at the back of his neck. All this time, the cadet had been screaming because his body had been going through excruciating pains. The instant Officer Bryant's palm slammed into the back of his neck, he felt a sharp stinging pain from the middle of his chest. It was so painful and peppery that the cadet groaned loudly. Now hold that energy in your chest area. Prevent it from moving or dissolving. Let it keep accumulating. The higher it accumulates, the more you can use this technique to improve your strength, Officer Bryant instructed before moving on to the next cadet. The same scene played out again as Officer Bryant performed the same action with the former one. His assistants were also doing the same thing to other cadets in different places. After 10 minutes, he got to Gustav's position and started performing the same action on Gustav. The moment Officer Bryant's finger poked into his back, Gustav understood why the other cadets had been screaming in pain the whole time. It was truly excruciatingly painful. Gustav moaned in a low tone as Officer Bryant ran his pointed fingers across the middle of his back. "Just what is this thing? I can feel a kind of energy building up in my chest area," Gustav sensed. The moment Officer Bryant's palm collided with the back of his neck, Gustav felt his vision darken as the energy gathering in his chest area increased immensely. His whole body, at this point, was in pain as his chest heaved up and down. Hold that energy in your chest area. Although his senses felt woozy at the moment, he heard Officer Bryant's words. Gustav wondered if others felt as intense as he did. He bore the pain and held on to the energy within that kept accumulating as seconds passed. Every cadet that had gone through that had their chest perked out and could be seen breathing in and out profusely. About an hour later, every cadet had undergone the same thing and was holding whatever energy they had gathered within their chest area. A lot of them were already close to releasing it because they couldn't hold on anymore. Pay attention. That energy gathered at your chest area is called Serhavo. It can only be harnessed at the peak of your growth stage, which is now. And it can only be harnessed once throughout the lifetime of a mixed blood, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Officer Bryant announced, "There are 2 ways it can help you. The first is that it will help expand the arteries and veins connected to your bloodlines, which in turn causes a chain reaction where you can channel your bloodline twice as fast or twice as fast as before. The second is that it draws out a hidden potential within your bloodline, unlocking a powerful bloodline ability. The effectiveness is based mostly on how much you can hold on to it and stop it from dissolving within your body prematurely. For it to work, your bloodline has to be in a dormant state, which is the reason for the seal. Also, to gather the energy, your body must be ordinary like that of a human, which is another reason for the seal and the daily routines. If your bodies hasn't undergone training while your bloodlines were sealed, a lot of you will have passed out while I was imparting it, which would have made everything useless, Officer Bryant explained. The cadets now understood after listening to his explanation, but they wondered if the morning routine would continue after today. Now, if you cannot hold on to it any longer, you need to pass it from place to place across your body for it to dissolve without sending your body into a state of shock, he added, and began to explain the procedure with more details. Those that couldn't hold on any longer did as they were told, and in a few seconds the energy had dissolved within their body. They had looks of relief as they felt the pain on their bodies lessen. Officer Bryant went on to unseal their bloodlines, and every one of them had looks of astonishment as they observed their body. Officer Bryant permitted them to dismiss themselves after they were done, since there was nothing left to do here today. Some cadets who had the action performed on them later than the others were still able to hold on to theirs. A few strong normal cadets and the special class cadets still held on to theirs, waiting for the energy to accumulate more than the others to achieve maximum effect. Gustav was drenched in his sweat at this point, but still held on. He put himself in a posture where he was able to manage the pain his body was experiencing by breathing properly. Another hour passed, and the number of cadets still holding on had dwindled to around 30. Even special class cadets had dropped out at this point and unsealed their bloodlines. Currently, there was only one non-special class cadet in the midst of 29 special class cadets. Angie and Falco had dropped out some time ago, but Matilda and Glade were still holding on. Gustav, E.E., and Eldris were also holding on. Alevra had a sweat-soaked face, but her expression was like that of Gustav's, unbothered. In fact, she even looked more like she wasn't in any pain, unlike Gustav, whose forehead would occasionally crease like he was in the toilet trying to pass a hard shit. More and more of them began to drop out, and in a few more minutes, only 8 cadets were left: Gustav, E.E., Eldris, Chad, Alevra, Endrick, Chutlu, and Dietrich. Schutt was the number 4 ranked cadet before Gustav, while Dietrich was not even a special class, yet he had held on for this long. This amazed a lot of them that were watching from the sideline. They were waiting to see who would be the last. I can't hold on anymore. I'm signing out, guys, E.E. voiced out as he performed the procedures necessary to finish up. Just as he dropped out, so did Chutlu and Chad. At this point, only Gustav, Eldris, Alevra, and Endrick were the special classes left. Endrick seemed to still have a lot of spunk in him as he held on with a proud expression on his face. Hey, I can help you double the effect if you want. Gustav suddenly heard the system voice out internally. Chapter 399. Hey, I can help you double the effect if you want. The system suddenly voiced out internally. What? Are you being serious right now? Gustav asked. Of course. That is if you meet up. The system replied cryptically. Meet up with what? Gustav questioned internally. 5, 4, 3. The system suddenly started counting down. Gustav wondered what it was up to. 1, and finally 0. Hidden quest completed. Accumulate Serhavo for up to 3 hours. This notification suddenly popped up in Gustav's line of sight. Gustav now realized that this was what the system was referring to when it mentioned meeting up. At that moment, also Eldris and Endrick ended their accumulation and stood up to unseal their bloodlines. Endrick threw Gustav a sharp gaze before moving away from the vicinity after his bloodline was unsealed. The cadets in the vicinity were extremely astonished that Endrick held on for this long and realized that he might just end up being among the top 10, just as some of them mentioned earlier. A lot of them were interested in seeing just how powerful he was. Seeing that he lasted this long, they couldn't help but wonder how both brothers were so talented. Are you ready to release what you have accumulated so far? The system asked. Not yet. I can still hold on. Gustav responded internally while raising his head up to stare at Elevra up ahead. Elevra also raised her head, and their eyes met. Gustav could see the calmness in her eyes, almost like she wasn't going through any pain. Just how high is her mental state? She seems so calm, like nothing can break her, Gustav wondered, not realizing that he was still staring into her eyes. What makes him so cold and uncaring? Just what has he gone through? Elevra had these thoughts running through her mind as well. Well, let's see who's going to back out first. Elevra and Gustav suddenly smirked as the exact same thought appeared in their minds. They both focused and kept holding on as long as they could. Moments turned to seconds and seconds to minutes as another hour went by in the blink of an eye. The cadets witnessing this in the vicinity were extremely speechless at this moment as they stared at these two monsters. Some of them only lasted for about 30 minutes since the pain was unbearable. Those who lasted for up to an hour even bragged about it. Yet these two have been going at it for up to 4 hours now. All right, that's enough, you two. Officer Bryant suddenly appeared in their midst. Any more, and you'll damage your body. Never heard the term, too much of everything is bad. He added with a serious expression, mixed in with a bit of playfulness. Oh, so we should end it now? Gustav asked. Officer Bryant nodded in response. Don't damage your bodies. This is already enough. Gustav and Elevra decided to listen and started the procedure to stop the accumulation. He's right. Any more and your body would be damaged, but your regeneration is still active at the moment, so you'd heal, the system stated while Gustav was in the process of ending the accumulation. It's better to end it now, so there will be suspicions. Besides, I'm already exhausted. I'm barely hanging on. Gustav responded as he continued spreading the Serhavo all across his internals. He and Elevra took longer, ending the accumulation process because they had accumulated so much of it. Gustav's body nearly went into shock because it felt like he was being electrocuted as the Serhavo dissolved. Doubling effect now. The system suddenly voiced out in his head. Gustav had expected he would feel more pain. However, on the contrary, he felt coolness, like his internal organs were undergoing a form of therapeutic massage. After 2 more minutes, he was done. He and Elevra stood up at the same time, and Officer Bryant unsealed their bloodlines. Gustav felt his body become extremely lighter than before as his bloodlines began to function again. He could feel his entire being radiating with more energy than before. He tried channeling his bloodline for a moment and noticed the massive transformation. Gustav could tell that he would reach the next bloodline rank in no time with this amount of speed. Who knew the MBO had such a technique? No wonder they're the most powerful. Gustav thought about it and came to this realization. Everyone had gotten a massive boost from this. It had increased their channel speed, which meant that, unlike regular mixed bloods, they wouldn't have issues breaking through and channeling their bloodlines past the ranks that were tough to scale through. Gustav, good one, Elevra voiced out from up ahead before she started moving towards the path that led out of the field. Gustav stared at her back for a moment before turning around to the side to go meet up with E and the others who had been waiting for him all along. Race back to our dorm. Let's go, guys, Gustav said with a smile as he dashed forward. Fumsh. Falco and Eldris quickly followed after him, dashing forward into the distance. A cloud of dust was stirred up due to their speed. Dashed forward before he conjured a vortex in front, which made him appear several 100 feet ahead. Eldris crossed a couple 100 feet just by moving once. At the same time, Falco's alter ego took over and leaped across the air, leaving a blurry black afterimage in his wake. Minutes later, Gustav was in his apartment channeling his bloodline within one of the small rooms. At this time, it was only a few minutes to 10 a.m., so Gustav opened his eyes after several more minutes of channeling. It's time to go, he said internally as he picked himself up and moved out of his apartment. And the others were already waiting. They decided to head towards Battle Arena number 7 together. Second chapter will be out in a few hours. Chapter 400. In a few minutes, they arrived at a massive circular structure that was over 1,500 feet in height. It looked similar to the design of a stadium, but it was at least 2 times larger. It had diamond-shaped outer coverings, and a massive black orb was floating in the middle, covering the top area of the arena and causing the middle of the grounds to be covered by its immense shadow. This was Battle Arena number 7. And cadets could be seen streaming into the place one after the other. Everyone was interested in seeing how today was going to unfold for several reasons. Mostly they were interested in seeing the capabilities of the special class cadets because they didn't partake in any of the test phases, except Gustav, of course. There was no doubt that it'd be an interesting day. The spectator seats surrounded the main grounds in the middle. It was capable of containing more than 10 times the amount of cadets currently present. Ring-like stages could be seen placed on the ground in front. These ring-like stages covered a radius of 3,000 feet each, leaving enough space for opponents that were going to battle within it. These stages were about 5 in number. At the time Gustav and the rest arrived there, almost all the cadets from first years had gathered. Senior cadets that were currently around also showed up, as well as cadets who were being trained in other aspects, like the scientific and technology field. There was a part of the spectators' corner on the northwest side of the battle arena that was barricaded. It looked more luxurious and well-designed compared to other areas. There were about 10 seats away from there, 5 on the first row, and the other 5 on the second row. 7 officers could already be seen seated in that area, and one could tell that they would be in charge of today's events. The instant it clocked 10 a.m., an officer stood up from that area and walked towards a part of the grounds. He had a dark bare face with blue scales on his left cheek and a massive human-shaped body that was at least 8 feet tall. The cadets recognized him to be Officer Cole, their instructor, who trained them on maximizing the damage of bloodline attacks. Everyone should know why we're here, so we'll just go straight to the point, he voiced out bluntly. Surprisingly, without using any electronic voice output, his voice was loud enough to travel to every corner of the vicinity. Truanin, the massive black orb floating hundreds of feet above the stage area, suddenly lit up. The special class cadets have each accepted 3 challengers. Officer Cole voiced out next while gesturing for the cadets to fix their eyes on the massive orb. The orbs displayed the images and names of 57 special class cadets, one after the other, as well as the 3 challengers that they would each be battling. Yes, Falco chose to face me. I will become a special class cadet today. Who the hell is Calber Manoa? And these other 2? Why did Sanders not choose to face me instead, TCH? Oh, look, it's that Tsubomi guy said to be the best in defense. Looks like Chad agreed to his challenge. Out of all the special class cadets to challenge, he decided to go against one of the top 3. As the images changed to different cadets after a few seconds of display with their opponents, the spectators voiced their opinions. As it got to Gustav's part, a particular green-haired kid seated on the opposite side of Gustav's position smirked. That Dietrich. I remember that he's very strong. He even outlasted a lot of special class cadets during this morning exercise. Yeah, but I don't think he can defeat Gustav, even though he's strong. He's among the rich kids that can afford practically any type of tech available in the weapons vault. Gustav might fall here today. This girl, Angie, they say she's the softest. I bet she'll be defeated today. The cadets were still voicing out different and similar opinions. In a few more seconds, the orb finished displaying every single one of the special cadets, but Alevra's case was different from the others. She was challenged by only a single person. Her fight was the only one the cadets weren't looking forward to because they could already tell how it would end. The system will generate the turns randomly. Only 5 battle rings are available, so 10 images will be generated first. The instant your image appears among the 10, move over to the battle ring in 10 seconds, or you automatically forfeit your match, Officer Cole stated. Fight to your heart's content. We have a healing team on standby. However, once your opponent is knocked out or voices out their wish to forfeit the match, you are to stop attacking instantly. Attacking an opponent after they have surrendered will attract penalties, he explained with a strict look before walking away from the stage area. In the next instant, the giant orb above suddenly started displaying pictures very quickly. Sim. It changed pictures repeatedly in a very quick manner, and in a few seconds it stopped. 10 pictures were displayed. Mitsuri versus Gaban, Vulcan versus Tiana, Rena versus Falco. Falco happened to be among the first special class cadets picked by the system for battle. From their sitting position, E.E. smiled as he turned to face Falco. Go get him! He slapped Falco at the back of his head, lightly with an encouraging look. Eldris also smiled and tapped his shoulders as Falco stood to his feet and started walking forward. As he climbed down the elevated spectators area, he turned around for a brief moment. Gustav's thumb was raised slightly and pointing at him. He smiled and nodded as he looked forward and kept walking. The other cadets who saw their images displayed on the screens also began to move towards the platforms in front. Each battle ring was thousands of feet away from the next, and they all entered different ones. As Falco picked the third one on the left, which was the closest to his position to the spectators' area, a 5.5 feet tall busted girl with glasses walked into the battle ring. She had her yellow hair tied up in a bun. She was holding onto a cylindrical-shaped gadget. In the battle rings within the vicinity, the other cadets had also moved in and stood in front of their opponents, ready to throw down. All the special class cadets had not a single shred of nervousness displayed on their faces. Their opponents, on the other hand, became wary from the moment they stood in front of them except for Falco's opponent. In this situation, Falco was the one who was actually looking a bit nervous. Go easy on her, okay? Falco muttered. You don't have to go easy on me because I'm a girl. You'll be losing your title as a special class today, Falco, she said while tightening her hand around the cylindrical-shaped gadget. The gadget opened up and started expanding, merging with her skin. In a few seconds, half of her body was covered in purplish-looking armor. I wasn't saying that because you're a girl, I was saying that because of highs. Before Falco could explain himself completely, begin, Officer Cole voiced out from the spectators' area. Try and bang, boom. The instant the go-ahead was given, the cadets started attacking instantly. The normal cadets didn't wait for a second more. They had already sent out one of their mightiest attacks because they understood that holding back might cost them, since they were going against a special class cadet today. Bye. The girl in front of Falco had already dashed forward as her elbows transformed into rocket ignition, pushing her arms forward with intensity. Her palms carried a whirling mass of red energy as it traveled towards Falco's chest and face with speed. Don't har. Shut up, dweeb. I'm taking over. Before Falco could speak, his body started turning dark as tattoos appeared on visible parts of his skin. Half of his face instantly turned dark, along with his eyeballs. Sweet-hi-hi. Falco's alter ego moved to the left in the blink of an eye, causing the first strike to miss him, and he grabbed onto the girl's left arm before pulling her forward. Fuck off, bitch. His knee slammed into her stomach, causing the cracks to appear in that spot as she got sent flying several feet backwards. Swisush. He dashed forward with speed and threw his left palm forward. Before the girl could realize what was happening, her entire sight got covered by Falco's left palm as he grabbed onto her head and slammed her forcefully into the ground. Bang! KRHHYKKK. Cracks spread across a radius of 500 feet as dust and debris got sent flying into every direction. Did he just end the fight in less than 10 seconds? Chapter 4, a 1. Did he just end the fight in less than 10 seconds? The crowd of cadets spectating was shocked as they noticed the fight end so soon in Ring 3. Even the invisible dome covering the edges of the ring to prevent the attacks from affecting the audience rippled when Falco slammed his opponent's face to the ground. The equipment covering her body had merged itself back from the crack Falco's alter ego caused. However, the girl had been knocked out cold. Blood trickled from her forehead as Falco straightened himself and turned around to leave the ring. The cracks that extended all across the ground also began to mend. Was Falco always this strong? The cadets were still quite surprised because they had never really seen Falco getting taken over by his alter ego. They noticed the dark tattoos all over the exposed parts of his skin begin to retract as he moved towards his sitting position. The gigantic black orb floating above displayed Falco as the winner of the match as the medical team moved towards the platform to pick the girl up. "I told you to be less brutal," Falco mumbled underneath his breath. As he climbed up on the other rings, battles were still going on. However, from the looks of things, no normal cadet had leverage over the special ones. One of the battle rings was covered in sticky diamond-looking goo, as massive pillars shot out from one part of the ground. The normal cadet battling this special class cadet was formerly gliding through the air using a flying board when he was encircled by these pillars. He was able to dodge a few, but in the next second, he was encompassed by two massive ones that slammed into him from behind and in front. Bang! A massive shield suddenly appeared around him, protecting him from the attack. However, the special class cadet didn't relent and kept on attacking. The normal cadet only managed to pull off, manifesting a few attacks, but he was still being pushed back. On the other rings, the normal cadets were also being pushed back by the special class cadets, regardless of their gadgets. In a few more minutes, all the special class cadets defeated their opponents and were headed to their seats. The spectating cadets were wowed by the performances they had just witnessed, especially that of Falco's. Falco was only ranked around the top 50 strongest, so a lot of them targeted him based on his rank among the special class being low. They had no idea that the ranking boards only updated their information based on what the hidden cams within the camp had recorded, so only based on the performance of the cadets were the rankings updated. This was Falco's first time battling any other cadet, or showing just how powerful he could be. The cadets realized that battling the special classes would not be so simple, even though they had also improved during this 1 month. The gigantic orb above displayed that the first turns had been completed and proceeded to start shuffling the images of the cadets once again. In the next few seconds, it displayed the turns of the next 10. The cadets that were next moved towards the platform. 50 minutes went by in a flash, and within this time frame, about 4 turns had been completed, and so far, not a single normal cadet had been able to defeat a special class. Only one normal cadet came close to winning. This battle was quite intense, but they had both practically ran out of energy after using very powerful attacks repeatedly, causing a lot of destruction to the battle ring. However, due to endurance, the normal cadet became unconscious after receiving a very little hit with barely any damage power. At the moment, E had his first battle, and it was with a particularly rich kid who was buffed up with so many gadgets and super defense. He was currently finding it difficult to inflict any damage on the cadet due to the fact that after he broke through a particular layer of defense, another one would come up. I'm going to keep tiring you out till you run out of bloodline energy. Once you do, your loss is certain, the kid voiced out from the other side. His entire frame was hidden within a massive 12-foot mechanical frame powered by a little bloodline energy. An energy shield surrounded his figure, and this prevented EES vortexes from phasing through. EE shook his head with a look of pity. "You're only going to make me end up putting in more effort than I'm not supposed to," he responded with a smile before stretching out his right hand. "Arcana accelerator membrane," EE said internally with a calm look as a violet circle of light surrounded his right arm. Shishun! A massive vortex suddenly opened up behind the cadet with a huge suction force coming from it, which immensely affected the surroundings. The cadet's eyes widened slightly as he felt the pull of the vortex from within the energy barricade surrounding him. It was pulling the mechanical suit he was hiding in specifically, while the energy barricade surrounding him was unaffected. EE's eyes suddenly glowed a dark violet color as he snapped his fingers. "Pah!" The instant that happened, the suction force from the ring increased exponentially. "Kaya!" The cadet screamed out as his entire frame with the 12-foot tall mechanical suit got lifted into the air and pulled backwards. Bang! He slammed into the energy shield, which gave way due to him being the one that put it up. In the next instant, his frame was pulled into the vortex. Truinen, 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 Truinen. About 7 more vortexes appeared in midair, scattered across the place. Swee-I, swee-I, swai, swee-I. The cadet appeared from one with his entire frame moving very quickly and entering into another vortex. He appeared from another one and got flung into another. He kept flying all across the place, getting pulled into one vortex and appeared from another one and getting pulled into another again. Chapter 4. Oh, 2. His vision turned distorted due to the speed at which his body was being thrown across the place. He was already feeling like he was going to empty out the contents of his stomach anytime soon. EE had already moved to the corner of the battle ring, so as not to interrupt this process. This continued for about 30 seconds more, till he opened a vortex a few feet in front of himself. Swee-hi-hi! The cadet appeared from it, moving in his direction without control. EE had already arched his arm back at this point. GGGHHRHH. His palm covered in a small vortex swung forward with speed. Bang! It slammed into the mechanical frame as it arrived in front of him, causing ripples to travel across it as the vortex in his palm went through and consumed the body of the cadet within. The mechanical frame flew backwards and slammed into the ground, unable to move again. Truien! Meanwhile, the cadet within appeared on the ground before EE kneeling. I surrender, he mumbled with a drowsy look before falling face flat and losing consciousness. EE smiled with a jovial look as he turned around and started heading towards his seat. "Looks like I was able to pull it off with ease this time," he said internally with a joyful expression. After EE's fight, that particular turn ended. Everyone wasn't surprised he took that long to defeat the cadet because they had witnessed just how stacked the cadet was with defenses. They were more astonished to see the variety of things EE could do with his vortexes. "Hey, man!" He gave Gustav a fist bump as he arrived back at their sitting position. "Good match." Gustav smiled as he pulled his fist back after the bump. "Nah, yours will be better." "Why do I have a feeling that you'll be next?" EE said after sitting as he stared at the massive orb floating above. On the orb, the images of the cadets were currently being shuffled through. It was about to pick the next matchup at random again. I guess we shall see," Gustav said while also staring up. In a few more seconds, the 10 images of cadets that were battling next were displayed. A smile appeared on Gustav's face as he stood to his feet. "Looks like you were right," he turned to EB as he voiced out. "Ha! My intuition is top-notch." "Go get 'em," EE responded. Gustav stared at the display up again as he turned to start moving forward. "This won't take long. They'll be back soon." His declaration was with a low tone, but due to the confidence imbued within it traveled across the ears of a lot of cadets in the vicinity. Ugh, he's so cocky. Well, he might not be wrong. He is top 5 after all. But Billy has a crazy rich background and a lot of gadgets in his arsenal. I'm sure they voiced out from the background. The whole place turned quite noisy as the cadets spotted Gustav moving down after seeing his picture on the orb. He was the first top 5 battling with a normal cadet today, so everyone was interested in seeing how it would go. Gustav's opponent, Billy, was quite popular among the normal cadets due to his background as the descendant of one of the wealthiest tycoons in the world. Gustav happened to pick him because of this. He picked one rich kid to battle and 2 that were after Matilda's hand. He could more or less predict how his first turn was going to play out, since it was going to be with Billy. He arrived within the battle ring, and a 6.5-foot tall, slim youngster with black braided hair entered into the same battle ring. Smirk, you made a wrong decision by choosing to accept my challenge. I will prove to everyone that I'm better than a top 5 and take your position, he voiced out while bringing out a black disc structured item that was the size of a thumbnail. He brought out 3 more and placed one on his left chest area, one on his right chest area, the back of his left palm and his right palm. That's an amplifier. I don't need any more fancy tools to defeat you, he said while adopting a battle pose. Grhh. His muscles started bulging crazily, turning him extremely bulky and monstrous-looking mixed blood, with visible veins line. Begin. Bang. Billy dashed out the instant he heard that. The instant he moved a step forward, his foot had already created a small dent on the ground due to the strength his stomp generated. The crowd was shocked and wondered just how much strength he had at the moment. All this time, Gustav had been staring at him with an unbothered look and didn't say a word throughout. However, the instant that the go-ahead was given, he also dashed out with speed. Swyish! A visible line was cut across the air as Gustav arrived almost instantly in front of Billy, who had just moved forward by only a single step. Swee-hi! Gustav's palm traveled in a straight line towards Billy's chest. Billy's eyes widened as he witnessed the crazy speed of Gustav that wasn't present in the past. Tryon! A barrier suddenly appeared in front of Billy's chest. Bang! Gustav's palm slammed into the barrier and got prevented from going further. Billy used that instant to quickly throw out a fist towards Gustav. Swerve, despite the speed of the fist, it still missed Gustav as he moved slightly to the side. He wasn't surprised at this defense in the slightest, as he had been expecting it, even though Billy said he wasn't going to use any other means to battle with him. Gustav grabbed hold of the arm and turned around with speed before flinging Billy. Bang! Billy's large body slammed into the hard ground, parting it open. Your gadget protects you from attacks from me, but it definitely won't protect you from slamming into the ground, Gustav said while still holding onto Billy's arm. He could already tell that whatever protective gadget Billy was making use of only reacted to attacks like that, but it definitely wouldn't react when Billy's body was heading for the ground. Gustav pulled Billy upwards with speed and flung him towards the side again. Bang! His entire body slammed forcefully into the ground again. Chapter 403. Gustav pulled Billy upwards with speed and flung him towards the side again. Bang! His entire body slammed forcefully into the ground again. Billy's face squeezed up with a look of humiliation as his body met the ground again. Just as Gustav lifted him again to fling him across the place, a spherical object suddenly spread across his back and ignited, causing fiery blue energy to shoot out of it. Why? The immense powered, filled ignition shot Billy's body forward, freeing him from Gustav's grasp. Swihai! His body spun several times in the air before he landed several hundred feet away. His facial expression was one of anguish as he brought out two more of those circular disc-shaped objects and quickly glued them to his thigh area. His thighs and calves instantly expanded, giving him a more monstrous look. "You're finished," he voiced out as he dashed forward with twice his initial speed. He arrived in front of Gustav and threw out his left fist towards Gustav's face. Dash has been activated. Gustav finally activated Dash, which added 20 points to his current speed level. Swervy! He moved to the side, dodging the fist that tore through the air with a whooshing sound. Swing, 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 swing. Billy threw out his fists repeatedly in a very fast motion towards Gustav's face and body, which he dodged with ease, swerving all across the place. At this point, the cadets spectating were very surprised to see the speed at which Billy was moving and was even more surprised to see Gustav dodging them without breaking a sweat. Swoon! Gustav leaped backwards by around 100 feet, dodging another attack, but Billy didn't waste a single second before also leaping forward while arching his left arm back to the limit. Hiya! He shouted out as he threw his mighty fist downward towards Gustav while descending. Swoosh! Gustav moved backwards by a few feet, dodging Billy's huge fist, which ended up slamming into the ground in front of him. Bang! Dust and debris were sent flying into the air as his fist punched a hole through the ground of the battle ring. The wind from the collision spread across the place, causing Gustav's uniform to bloat as he stared at the cracks that were currently spreading around a radius of over 500 feet. "That packs quite the power," Gustav said internally. The cadets spectating were once again astonished by the strength each blow carried. Gustav dashed towards Billy's side and swung out his left foot towards his ribcage area. Rum! The same rocket-like ignition as before appeared in the middle of Billy's chest area, again shooting him backwards with speed before Gustav's foot could make contact. Gustav retracted his leg after missing and was about to dash forward when a loud explosion occurred at his position. Bam! Gustav was taken by surprise and blasted backwards by the force of the explosion. His body did a flip in the air as he landed on his feet a few hundred feet back. Dust still covered the entire vicinity in front of him. However, the instant he landed on his feet, a hole-like path was cleared in front of the dust as Billy's huge body came flying through it with speed. He arrived in front of Gustav in almost an instant with his fist aiming for Gustav's head. It practically took everyone by surprise as they stared at the battle ring with widened mouths as they saw Billy's fist appear in front of Gustav's face. Everyone was expecting to hear a loud sound of collision next. However, Sprint has been activated. Billy's fist slowed down by a little in Gustav's line of sight as he activated Sprint. He raised his left palm with speed and put it in front of his face. Pa! A loud sound of collision rang out after Gustav blocked the heavy punch. KRRYHHH. The ground blasted open underneath his feet due to the immense force behind it. The smile on Billy's face froze as he saw his punch get stopped. Impossible. I used every speed-related item in my arsenal. You shouldn't have been able to stop that, he said warily with a look of disbelief as he tried pulling his fist away from Gustav's grasp. All right, it's time to end this. I've messed around for too long, Gustav muttered underneath his breath as he increased the force of his grip on Billy's fist. Billy groaned in pain as he heard his bones making squeaking sounds. Gustav pulled Billy forward and grabbed onto his wrist area with his right arm before swinging him over himself and slamming him to the ground again. Bang! The already cracked ground of the battle ring cracked even more after the collision. Gustav lifted Billy into the air again and was about to smash him to the ground once more when he activated the rocket ignition gadget. Phew! He had expected himself to be freed from Gustav's grasp once again, but this time Gustav's grip was so powerful that his body only flayed in the air repeatedly while his arm that was being held kept him in place. Not this time, Gustav said with a calm look before pulling Billy down with force again and smashing him into the ground. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Gustav kept lifting and slamming him into the ground without stopping. The spectators had lost count of the number of times Gustav had slammed Billy onto the ground due to the speed at which he was lifting and throwing his massive body all across the place. Pieces of teeth flew out along with blood, as Billy's jaw was smashed along with his forehead that was currently bleeding. Bang, 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 bang. Regardless of that, Gustav didn't mind and continued on with the smashing. Billy was in tremendous pain as he felt his bones breaking. "Your opponent has lost consciousness. You can stop now," Officer Cole, who was supervising the battles from the far end of the platform, voiced out. Chapter 404. Gustav smashed Billy's body to the ground one more time and let go of his arm. "Oh, my bad. I thought you were stronger than that," Gustav muttered as he noticed that Billy had truly lost consciousness. His right arm had popped out of its socket and was currently twisted at a very crazy angle. His mouth was wide open, displaying his incomplete set of teeth, and his face was smeared in blood along with the hole he was currently lying in. He's so ruthless. I'm happy he didn't accept my challenge. Look at that ridiculous strength. Just my type of man. He's so dreamy." The cadets that had spectated the battle had different opinions as they discussed amongst one another. Gustav dusted his palms in a cool way and walked out of the battle ring. Their battle had lasted around 5 minutes. It was longer than expected, but he already had a grasp of his current strength without making use of transformation and other bloodlines. Such massive improvement from accumulating Sraihevo, Gustav said internally with a look of satisfaction. Other cadets were also performing better than before in their battles today due to the same reason. However, their improvement was incomparable to those who lasted longer in accumulating Sraihevo. Gustav wondered just how much Alevra had improved since she lasted as long as he did. He arrived back in his seat and sat down with an undisturbed look like he didn't just flatten an entire battle ring using someone's body. The other battles in other rings were slowly coming to an end, but none of them caused as much destruction as Gustav and Billy's clash. In a few more minutes, the 6th turn ended, and still not a single person had been able to defeat a special class cadet. In the next 1 hour, another 6 turns were over, and all the special class cadets had battled at least one of their opponents besides Alevra. Aeldra's battle with a normal cadet ended in about 30 seconds due to the immense gap in strength. It would have been shorter, but Aeldris decided to give the opponent the chance to show what he could do. Glade's fight also didn't take very long, since when she used her ultimate move to conjure red energy like a massive structure and crashed it onto the battle ring. Half of the battle ring was blasted apart due to this, along with her opponent. Glade was among the top 30 strongest after all. Matilda took quite some time to deal with her opponent due to their ability to increase the temperature of the surroundings. Her bloodline, which gave her the ability to conjure silver armor and weapons, almost failed her because the silver armor covering her body was melting due to the immense increase in temperature of the surroundings. She eventually won the battle before her defenses burnt up completely. Angie's battle was also quite intense, and Gustav made sure to pay attention to gauge her improvement. To his surprise, she had truly improved way better than he expected. Although he could still see slight hesitation when attacking, she won by knocking the opponent out of the battle ring, which resulted in immediate disqualifications. Some other special class cadets had won their battles quite easily. Now everyone realized that the special class cadets were not just given their special privileges for nothing. They were truly the best. Currently, it was Falco's turn to have his second battle. However, he had been waiting in the battle ring for a while now. The countdown will begin for Galusek to come forth. 9, 8, 7, 6. The voice of an AI reverberated across the place as it counted down. On the other battle rings, the cadets had started battling with their opponents. A few more seconds later, the countdown ended, and Falco's second opponent failed to show up, resulting in his disqualification. This was the first time someone was throwing in the towel by not arriving in the ring to fight. Falco shrugged and turned around to leave after he was announced as the winner of the battle. A lot of cadets were not surprised about this development after remembering how his first battle went. The girl who was knocked out cold had a look of humiliation written all over her face as she stared in Falco's direction. The battle with the others continued, and Gustav with the others awaited their turns again. Several minutes more passed, and it was time for the next turn. The massive black orb floating above the place picked the next turn. This time Gustav noticed a familiar face among the 10. He had ache-colored shoulder-length hair, and 2 red lines extending from his forehead to his left eyebrow. This was Timmy, and it would seem he also challenged a special class cadet who happened to be ranked among the top 50. Timmy approached the platform beneath, along with others who noticed that it was their turn. His short frame was oozing with so much confidence as the red lines extending from his forehead to his left eyebrow glowed up. "Isn't that one of the dudes from Matilda's party?" E mentioned after noticing him. That's Timmy." Falco, who wasn't present at the party, was a bit confused by EE's statement, but he recognized Timmy, since he was also among the circle of the rich. This might get pretty interesting. Gustav muttered underneath his breath as his eyes glowed green and scarlet. "He seems to have really improved in strength," Gustav said internally while zooming his sight on Timmy. He had activated God Eyes, so he could see that Timmy was now way stronger than he used to be. He arrived within the battle ring, where the special class cadet was awaiting him. His palms glowed crimson as he adopted a battle stance. The special class cadet could sense that this was no ordinary normal cadet, so he also adopted a battle stance with a cautious expression while waiting for Officer Cole to give the go-ahead. "Begin." The instant those words were voiced out, both of them darted towards each other. Chapter 405. The instant those words were voiced out, both of them darted towards each other. The special class cadet crossed his arms and separated them, forcefully swinging them sideways. 2 cross blades with bluish energy sliced forward diagonally towards Timmy. Timmy jumped in the air and spun, dodging both blades. Swerhyi, screeve. 30 feet long gashes appeared on the ground behind Timmy as the blades sliced through it with ease. The instant he landed on his feet, the special class cadet arrived in front of him and swung out his fist towards him. Timmy bent backwards to dodge the swing, but suddenly a bluish 3 feet long blade appeared within his swung out hand. Timmy was in shock as he noticed the blade slicing towards his head. A red beam of light suddenly covered his left arm as he raised it up quickly. Screv. The blade sliced through the red beam of light and cut 3 inches deep into his arm. But the instant that happened, Timmy also punched out towards the cadet. Bang! His fist landed on the cadet's chest, sending him sliding backwards by a few feet. The bluish energy blade lodged into his hand, turned into light fragments, and disappeared as blood oozed down his arm. He gritted his teeth in pain as he tightened his left fist. The special class cadet stared at his chest area and noticed the dent in the special vest he was putting on. Both of them stared at each other warily for a few moments before dashing forward again. The special class cadet swerved left and right, dodging the attacks while also sending out his. Timmy was almost evenly matched with him, dodging most of the attacks. His palms were still glowing crimson, and at every chance he got, he'd try to make contact. The special class cadet jumped backwards and shot out a dozen bluish blade-like energy from his body towards Timmy below. Bang, bang, bang. Timmy moved quickly from side to side, dodging one blade after the other. Each of them was so powerful that the ground of the battle ring was now filled with cuts, cracks, and lines that extended over hundreds of meters. As Timmy dodged, two more blades headed for his blind spots. He quickly turned around and slapped one of them towards the side. KRYYHH. That particular one dimmed as he slapped it away, while he grabbed the second one with his other hand. It cut into his hand a little due to its sharpness, but the longer he held onto it, the more it dimmed. As the special class cadet landed on the ground hundreds of feet behind, his eyes squinted as he noticed that. Truinen, bluish energy started shooting out of his body, simultaneously turning solid. 6 more bluish arms grew out of his sides, 3 on the left and 3 on the right, as well as 4 long insect-like arms grew from his torso area. Next, they made contact with the ground and lifted him into the air. He was no longer using his normal legs at this point, and his frame had gone up to 10 feet. Thry. The legs catapulted him forward with speed as they ran across the ground. His speed was now 2 times as fast. He arrived before Timmy and controlled the arms to swing towards him. Swoosh, swoosh. Timmy jumped from place to place as the arm slammed into the ground, causing it to split open after missing him. 2 more arms were coming from above, but Timmy jumped up and flipped in midair, while spinning his body to dodge the attacks. The instant he landed back, an immensely bright red-like aura suddenly surrounded his entire being as he dashed across the place with speed. Swee-hi, pa. His hand made contact with 3 legs in a matter of seconds, making them dim. The legs started crumbling in a few seconds, causing the special class cadet to lose balance. Before he could fall, he conjured another bluish leg to support himself, while using some hands to touch down also. Timmy suddenly leaped up again and thrust his palm forward. Before his palm could make contact with the special class cadet, a raised arm swung down from above. Bam! The massive bluish energy-like arm and Timmy's palm collided, sending both of them flying backwards. The cadets spectating the battle at this point were surprised because the instant Timmy body was covered by the reddish-like aura. It was as if he received a boost. The other cadets were also having their battle in other rings at this point, but no normal cadet had been able to clash with a special class cadet on equal terms. Gustav stared at their ring in particular and muttered, "Looks like we'll be having a new special class today." Huh? And Falco exclaimed with a slightly confused look. "Are you saying he might win?" Falco asked with an intrigued expression. "I'm not saying he might win. I'm saying he will win," Gustav said with a look of certainty. Something does seem special about him." Eldris muttered as well. He couldn't really tell what was up, but his intuition was telling him that Timmy still had more than he had displayed. He's barely depleting any energy even after what he has done so far, because he decomposes the attacks he makes contact with and turns it into a form of energy for himself, Gustav noticed as he stared at Timmy using God eyes. Gustav had seen Timmy battle, so he knew there were still other things underneath his sleeves that he hadn't revealed yet. The battle continued with them both managing to land hits sometimes and missing. However, the special class cadet was unable to bring Timmy down even after so long. He suddenly activated a power skill where a bluish, triangular-shaped structure phased out of his body and expanded immensely. He raised it high as it increased to a size of close to 500 feet. Chapter 406. The cadets were shocked as the massive size cast a shadow over the place, covering Timmy's figure. "Hiya!" he screamed out as he flung the massive structure down with force. Fly-hi! Even before it landed, Timmy could feel the massive pressure radiating from it as the ground below vibrated, and the wind blew his hair backwards. Thry! The reddish aura surrounding his being suddenly increased in brightness as he raised both arms up with speed. Banging! The loud sound of the collision rang out as wind blew across the place. KRYYHH! KRRHHYKKK! Bang! Cracks still continued to spread across the place as the special class cadet continued to push down the massive structure using the arms it conjured. It still kept pressing down on that particular part of the battle ring and descending for several more seconds. The dome-like barrier covering the ring vibrated. Also, a smile appeared on his face as he was about to let go of it. Suddenly, more cracking sounds were heard. And this time, it wasn't coming from the ground. Instead, it was coming from the massive triangular structure. KRRHHYKKK! Bang! A hole suddenly burst through the middle of the structure as Timmy came flying out of it with his body radiating with an immense reddish aura. The bluish triangular structure dimmed down and blasted apart completely. However, everyone's eyes were on Timmy, who had arrived in front of the special class cadet. Before the cadet could understand what was happening, for transparent reddish walls of energy suddenly appeared around both of them. SSHHHRHHHH. He felt his energy being drained at a very fast speed as the arms and legs he conjured disappeared. Sweehai! Timmy swung out his fist at this time. Bang! Although the special class cadet blocked it, he was still sent flying till he slammed through one of the reddish walls and landed on the other side of the battle ring. He spat out blood as he forcefully stood to his feet and tried to conjure another attack. However, he noticed that he was practically out of bloodline energy and couldn't use any large-scale attacks due to the previous one. Sweehai! Timmy arrived in front of him again and punched out. Bang! 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 Right before everyone's eyes, a special class cadet was turned into a punching bag. Timmy eventually knocked the special class out after a few more attacks. Almost all the cadets were in a state of disbelief as the AI announced Timmy to be the winner. A normal cadet had managed to win against a special class. Timmy started walking back to his sitting position with a confident look. He was still bleeding in several areas of his body that were exposed due to sharp slashes, but he totally ignored the medical team and said he was okay. The others' battles came to an end several minutes back with no other normal cadet winning. Everyone realized at this point that Timmy must have been quite powerful since, before, he was among the top 400 even though he wasn't a special class. Now that he had defeated this special class cadet, who happened to be placed 49th, their positions had now been exchanged. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The hype and discussions continued for a long time, even after other battles began. Timmy had suddenly become famous due to this, and was now known as the Dark Horse. About 30 minutes later, after 2 more turns had gone by, Gustav finally saw his image again. At this time, EE and Eldris had also won their second fights earlier with ease. Gustav walked towards the third ring, just like earlier amidst the background conversations of the cadets who spotted him. They wondered if the person who had challenged Gustav would show up or not after remembering how the last battle went. In a few seconds, a 5.5 tall youngster stepped into the same battle ring as Gustav. The cadets spectating were surprised that this person didn't forfeit, but Gustav understood that none of the 3 cadets whose challenge he accepted would even think of forfeiting, no matter how badly he beat up his opponents. This was because the first one he battled was a spoiled, rich kid who was overconfident, while the other 2 were interested in having Matilda's hand. There was no way the other 2 would back down. They wouldn't want to be seen as cowards by Matilda later. The youngster had white and blue-colored dreadlocks that were tied in a bun. I love Matilda. Even if I do not defeat you today, I will train better to do so next time, he said with a slightly shaky voice. All right, good luck, I guess, Gustav responded with a calm look. Begin. The instant the go-ahead was given, The youngster transformed into a bulky, lizard-like creature with the head of a bird. It has green, white, and blue scales, just like the youngster's hair color. However, this lizard-like creature was in a standing position with a 12 feet long and thick tail. He made a loud screeching noise before charging for Gustav. Gustav reacted in kind and dashed towards him as his arms increased in size, becoming that of the mutated bull. Partial mutation has been activated. SSSHHHRRRYYYY. The youngster suddenly shot out black flames from his mouth before arriving in front of Gustav. Gustav swerved right and made a beeline towards the youngster with speed. He arrived in front of him and sent a punch straight to his guts. Bang! The instant the creature received the punch, it tilted forward slightly due to the force. Meanwhile, another punch was already heading for his head. Bang! Gustav slammed his right fist into the creature's head, causing him to fall flat on his face, cracking the hard ground. Spiro! Blood scattered all across the place as a small dent appeared on the youngster's head, from which blood oozed. His body twitched severely as he laid on the ground for a few seconds before stopping. Oi oi. What's going on? Don't tell me he just defeated that youngster just like that. The entire crowd was in disbelief as they saw Gustav turn around and start walking back towards his seat. Chapter 4:07. The entire crowd was in disbelief as they saw Gustav turn around and start walking back towards his seat. The cadet looked quite fearsome compared to Gustav after his transformation, yet he was defeated in just 2 moves. Gustav's arms returned back to their initial size as he moved towards his initial sitting position. The medical team rushed to the battle ring to attend to the half-dead cadet, who practically had his head torn open by Gustav's punch. Many of the cadets that watched the brief match had terrified expressions on their faces as they stared at Gustav's nonchalant bearing. They had thought the battle would at least last longer than this due to how the last one went, but they had no idea that Gustav was just testing out his strength without making use of any transformational ability. A lot of them swore in their hearts not to challenge him from this day on unless they had a sudden boost in strength. The other battles continued within the neighboring rings. Gustav arrived back in his sitting position and watched the rest of the fight. At the moment, Glade happened to be among the other special class cadets that had their turns, and she was battling a regular cadet who looked familiar. Although Gustav figured that his next battle was probably going to be the toughest since it was with Dietrich, he wasn't really bothered as he watched Glade's duel with an undisturbed look. This particular familiar female figure Glade battled with had a short frame of almost 5 feet. She had indigo-colored hair that was so long it reached the back of her calves. Her look was extremely arrogant and sharp as she and Glade clashed repeatedly. They seemed to be evenly matched. Gustav recognized this girl to be the same one that was trying to compete with him during the 5th phase within the underground ruins. Havrina, this girl really loved competition, and the look on her face as she battled Glade made that even more obvious. Her long hair floated in the air and extended, turning into blades that hacked at Glade repeatedly. Glade was currently holding onto 2 scythes made of red energy. She used these scythes to parry the attacks of the sharp blade-like hairs swinging towards her body. Bang, 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 bang. The battle ring was riddled with destruction as their attacks collided repeatedly. Glade formed many other red energy-like blades and leaped on one of them. Swee-hi-yi, swee-hi-yi. Shwai, the red energy blades slashed towards Havrina's figure, violently pushing aside the multiple blade-like hairs swinging across the place. Glade dashed forward with speed on the red energy blade she conjured. Making use of that opening to arrive before Havrina, she brandished her scythe, tightening her grip around the hilt intensely as she slashed forward towards Havrina's neck. Havrina was not able to recall her long hair back to protect herself fast enough, since they had just parried the rest of the long-range attacks she used earlier on. Just as Glade's scythe was about to make contact, the tip of the scythe was suddenly met with opposition. Tie-eyeing, it was stopped a few inches away from her neck by an invisible force. Glade was surprised as she noticed the smirk on Havrina's face after the attack was stopped. Before Glade could make another move, she suddenly felt something sharp headed for her and quickly turned to the side. However, she wasn't fast enough as the invisible force sliced a small part of the skin from her shoulder off. Blood oozed down her sleeves. However, she was lucky enough that it was only a flesh wound. What in the world is that? Glade wondered as she repeatedly swerved after sensing the invisible sharp force swinging for her. Havrina still sliced off a part of Glade's hair, since the sharp force was invisible. Havrina dashed forward after Glade and swung out her sharp claws towards her body, intending to inflict serious damage. Glade now had to dodge attacks of different kinds. The invisible sharp force, the sharp blade-like hairs, and even Havrina claws. Each swing was so powerful that the air rippled intensely. Although Glade took pride in the toughness of her green body, she could tell that if any of Havrina's attacks hit, she would definitely take a lot of damage. Gustav watched from his sitting position with God, eyes activated. He could already see the invisible sharp line that kept slashing towards Glade. It had a strange whitish color, and it was extending from the back of Havrina's head. So it happened to be a strand of her hair? Why is it invisible? Gustav wondered as he figured this out. As the battle progressed, Glade was eventually riddled with so many cuts and tears all over her cadet uniform. It was initially white, but now there were red patches all over the place, and the exposed parts showed her injuries. She couldn't dodge everything Havrina was dishing out at the same time, which was why she was in her current state. The entire crowd was quite shocked that another normal cadet had such strength and was managing to give a top 40 special class cadet such troubles. Glade was still considered quite strong amongst other special class compared to the one team he defeated, so everyone could tell that Havrina would have been a special class by now if she fought with a weaker special class. Glade leaped backwards after dodging another round of attack and slid a few 50 feet backwards afterwards. She breathed in and out profusely while staring at Havrina, who also had hurried breathing. However, Havrina still looked crazy and hyped up as she stared at Glade in front. "Come on, Greenie. Don't tell me that's all you got." She laughed with a look of ridicule while speaking. "This little, I can't afford to lose. My special class title cannot be taken from me." She gritted her teeth as she thought. Her eyes looked across the spectators' area as she glanced at two familiar figures for barely a few moments. Chapter 4:08. Looks like I have to use it. "So much for fighting with just my strength alone," Glade said as she brought out a star-shaped fingernail-sized object and placed it on her forehead. The reddish aura surrounding her was a bit similar to Timmy's, and it increased with intensity after that as she conjured chains in her hands. Glade dashed forward again towards Havrina, and they clashed once again. The reddish chains in Glade's possession carried a rippling force that twisted the space around it as she swung it out. Fwy, fwy, fwy high. Glade had become twice as fast as before, and could not get hit due to the speed multiplier she got from the weapon storage back at the base. In the blink of an eye, the red chains she conjured had tied Havrina's blade-like hairs together. Glade pulled the chain with all her might, drawing Havrina to herself as she spun around with her leg swung out. Havrina managed to block the attack even though she was taken by surprise. However, the tables had turned at this point. Havrina was no longer able to hit Glade after her speed was multiplied by 2. Glade kept attacking her repeatedly, and despite Havrina's high defense, she would occasionally receive hits. In a few more minutes, both of them were now in the same state. Both had injuries on their bodies and had almost run out of energy completely. Blood covered Havrina's face in blood as she breathed in and out profusely, but she was still smiling crazily, while Glade's speed multiplier had run out of energy. Both of them were on their last straws, and neither of them had managed to inflict more damage than the other. Glade and Havrina separated and stared at each other intensely before activating their most powerful attack. A massive cylindrical-shaped structure was being formed above Glade as she raised her hand. Havrina's hair suddenly started increasing in length and quantity, turning into multiple sharp blades that covered a large space as they shot forward. Glade finished conjuring this massive reddish structure and also swung it forward intensely. Bang! The instant they both collided, the force created sent ripples across the place that slammed into them both. Bam! Bam! Glade and Havrina's bodies slammed forcefully into the barrier on the south and north sides before passing out. Silence. There was a brief silence as the cadets witnessing the battle waited for them to stand to their feet, but that didn't happen. The match has ended in a tie due to both cadets knocking each other out, Officer Cole announced. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The place instantly turned noisy after the announcement was made. After the barrier deactivation, the medical team swooped in to take Glade and Havrina away. I thought Glade was going to win. They actually knocked each other out? Who knew Havrina was this strong? Well, she was among the top 70. Even though she's not a special class, she was really close to being one on the rankings. She should have challenged a weaker younger class. The spectating cadets discussed amongst themselves with tones and expressions of disbelief. This was another match that the cadets wouldn't forget. After today, everyone was interested in knowing what the instructor's decision would be, since the match ended in a tie. The turns continued after this, as the next cadets found their way to the battle rings. Matilda had her second round in the next few turns, and the opponent didn't give her as much trouble as before. About an hour later, it was EE's turn again. However, the same event played out during Falco's second turn. Since EB defeated his last two opponents in grand style, his third opponent grew cold feet and decided not to show. Although a few battles previously had proven that the special class cadets were not undefeatable, most of the normal cadets could not boast of being as strong as someone like Timmy or Havrina. They knew just where their strengths lie. He left back to his seat after the 10 seconds countdown was completed. After a few more minutes, his turn ended, and it was time for Gustav to head towards the platform again. Eldris also happened to have his third match at the same time with a slightly popular normal cadet, who was a top 100. Gustav arrived in the ring after a few moments and waited for Dietrich to show up. Dietrich showed up after a few seconds and walked into the battle ring. He smiled at Gustav and nodded. "Let's have a fair match," he voiced out. "You might want to do those weird pokes before we begin, because this time I won't be giving you the opportunity to do so." Gustav responded with this. "Thanks for the generous offer. Then I would be polite and do that now," Dietrich said before he started poking different parts of his body. The wind surrounding him suddenly turned weird and began to circulate around him. Gustav's eyes squinted as he stared at Dietrich. "That's much more powerful than before," he noted before also transforming slightly. On Gustav's right hand, sharp red claws phased out of his fingertips as his entire arm expanded and turned reddish with furs covering it, while his left arm transformed into a muscular brown one. His body size increased to over 7 feet in height as his thighs and calves expanded with small 2-inch tusks protruding out of them. "Begin." The instant the go-ahead was given, Gustav darted forward without activating dash. Everything in the surroundings slowed down as he noticed that his speed with transformation and without using dash was now similar to his speed, making use of dash without any transformation. As Gustav punched forward towards Dietrich, he conjured a wall of strong wind in front of him, which proceeded to slow down Gustav's attack. Dietrich made use of that opportunity to dash to the side, as chopped towards Gustav's left rib area, causing a blade-shaped air pressure to form, hacking towards him with intensity. Chapter 4:09. Dietrich made use of that opportunity to dash to the side as he slashed towards Gustav's left rib area, causing a blade-shaped air pressure to form, hacking towards him with intensity. Gustav turned towards the side and quickly sent out a kick in response. His muscular legs swung forward, ripping through the blade-like air pressure before colliding with Dietrich's palm. Bam! KRYYHHKK. Low, bone-cracking sounds rang out as Dietrich's arm was sent swinging backwards forcefully after the collision. On Dietrich's face, a slight look of pain was evident as his body slid backwards. However, Gustav wasted no time chasing after Dietrich and reached out his hand to grab him. Dietrich stretched his hand and created a ball of air in his palm. Everything within the vicinity started being sucked into this ball as he shot it out, causing the ground to be split open due to its traction force. Gustav felt the tugging force from the ball of air pulling him towards the side as he dashed forward. Size manipulation has been activated. Gustav's arms that were being tugged suddenly increased in size, becoming as thick as trucks. Gustav drove his fist through the ball of air, destroying it in one fell swoop, sending it forward. KKRHYYHHH. The ground split open as his massive fist traveled forward, causing the air to ripple. Dietrich, who thought he had managed to escape from Gustav's range due to the initial stun he pulled, was surprised when he noticed the massive fist, with the size similar to that of a truck headed for his face. The wind surrounding him turned fiercer as he tried to use a wall of wind to block the massive fist. Unfortunately for him, the fist ripped through the wall of air easily and slammed into his body, catapulting him backwards. His body was tossed hundreds of feet across the air like a rag doll as he slammed into the barrier on the other end. -1000 EP. Size manipulation has been deactivated. Gustav quickly deactivated size manipulation after noticing how much energy he had lost from increasing his arms to that size. Although size manipulation helped in increasing his strength by a wide margin, he refrained from using it because of the way it drained energy. Dietrich slammed into the other side and landed on the ground. He wiped the blood leaking down the corners of his lips. I opened the second gate right off the bat, yet he wrecked me in less than 30 seconds. If I didn't have my protective vest worn underneath, I'd have received more damage than this. Dietrich was astounded because the last time he battled Gustav with the second step opened, he wasn't defeated so easily. And what the hell is with that ability? He can increase the length of any part of his body? Dietrich wasn't the only one dumbfounded by this. The spectating cadets were as well, because no one had ever seen Gustav use this ability. Dietrich noticed Gustav up ahead and headed for him quickly. At the same time, Dietrich started poking different parts of his body again. The wind surrounding him increased immensely, blowing his hair upwards as he stood to his feet. The blood leaking from different parts of his body earlier stopped. An immense energy radiated around him. At this point, everyone figured that whenever he poked different parts of his body like that, he would have something similar to a level up. Both of them dashed out towards each other with speed, and it was obvious that Dietrich's speed had become way more than before. He sucked air into his mouth and started shooting them out like bullets. Pum, 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 pum. The wind was practically invisible, but Gustav was able to sense the disruption in the space around him, which was why he was able to dodge them as they bolted across the air. Boom, boom, boom. The small, round, compressed air exploded outwards with intensity the moment he dodged the first one. Gustav had already expected this and finally activated dash. Dash has been activated. Swoosh. As he sped past the area of effect, the ground behind split open as cracks appeared all over the place after the wind explosion. Gustav dashed past every single one of the compressed wind that was shot outwards and arrived right in front of Dietrich while stretching out his right palm. I've always wanted to create this. A milky glow suddenly surrounded Gustav's palm. Atomic disintegration has been activated. It suddenly brightened immensely as a 2-foot-long whitish blade formed in his grasp, which he swung out with force. Dietrich sensed danger coming from the milky-colored blade that was suddenly formed in Gustav's hand, and reacted by sending slashes out with his palm in a chop format. A powerful wind-slash-like blade was created from that which collided with that of Gustav's. Sweehai. To his surprise, not only was his wind blade divided into 2 halves, but it also disappeared the moments after Gustav's slashed through it. Sweehai. The remnant of the energy after Gustav swung, it kept traveling through the air and slammed into Dietrich's chest, cutting a 13 inches gash all across his chest in a diagonal format. Blurg. Dietrich vomited out blood, once again as his body was sent flying through the air as blood poured out of the cut. My protective vest was torn through. Just like that, his eyes widened in realization and pain as he flew through the air. Gustav dashed forward and jumped up with speed as he arched his left arm backwards. Thump! He leaped upwards with immense force and threw his fist up towards Dietrich's back. Bang! His fist slammed heavily into Dietrich's back, sending him flying upwards before he crashed into the protective dome. Bam! His body started free falling again after he slammed into it, and Gustav once again jumped upwards before doing a 360-degree spin with his right leg stretched forward. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.